Chapter 2734. The green lotus that was originally in her body appeared under her seat for some reason. The green lotus bloomed, and the lotus seat emitted a gentle green light. A small blooming green lotus accompanied by a gentle green light appeared between her eyebrows, forming a lotus mark. The edges of each petal of the green lotus were floating with a golden light. The golden and green light complemented each other, making her originally exquisite and beautiful face look even more elegant and otherworldly. She was so beautiful that she was like an immortal who did not belong to the mortal world. Just one look at her was enough to make people lose their minds. The contract beasts stared at this scene in a daze. They watched as the aura in the surroundings gradually dissipated and returned to normal. Finally, Lao Bai cheered happily. "That's great. Master has advanced, and she has become more beautiful." As he spoke, his saliva flowed out, but he sucked it back in. The aura in her body calmed down, and Fengjiu slowly opened her eyes. Her strength had advanced another level, from the peak of the immortal Emperor realm to the divine God realm. She could feel that her state of mind seemed to have changed a little. She stretched out her hand and saw that the cut skin had recovered to its original state. Her skin was like ice and jade, white and flawless. When she stood up, she saw the tattered robe hanging on her body. Seeing this, she smiled slightly, turned around, and changed into a set of red robes. "Master, Master, you have become more beautiful." Lao Bai was the first to run forward, and he circled around her to look at her. "Congratulations, Master, for advancing again. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the divine God realm. Congratulations, Master." The contract beasts thanked her one after another. They looked at their master with joy, and there was a faint sense of pride and satisfaction in their hearts. Only the silver wolf was a little anxious and worried. It had not been contracted yet. Now that Master had advanced again, would Master not want it anymore? For a moment, it was nervous. Fengjiu slowly walked towards the spirit spring and looked at her reflection in the water. Her red dress made her look even more outstanding and enchanting, especially the golden lotus between her eyebrows. It was so lifelike that it made her look even more noble and extraordinary. Her fingers gently stroked the green lotus between her eyebrows. With a thought, her glabella burned and the golden-rimmed green lotus disappeared. Her fingertips moved and a cluster of flames leaped up. The flames danced between her fingers, making her feel a steady flow of spiritual energy in her body, as well as a different feeling from before. So this is what it feels like to be at the heavenly deity realm. Indeed, we are on a completely different level, a completely different world. Her voice rang out slowly, neither fast nor slow, as if it came from the horizon, faintly discernible. "Master." The contract beasts looked at her. Seeing her eyebrows move slightly, they turned around and sat down cross-legged. "Don't disturb me." After Fengjiu said this, she closed her eyes. This time, it was not the spiritual energy in her body that surged, but the aura of Xian energy. Seeing that she was about to advance again, the contract beasts quickly retreated and squatted at a distance to watch her. Master had just entered the heavenly deity realm. Even if she advanced again, it should be the improvement of her Xianqi cultivation. Chapter 2735. When she appeared in the crowd's line of sight, all the cultivators were sizing her up. Most of the cultivators here were accompanied by a few people. After all, even the most confident cultivators wouldn't come here alone. However, they saw a young man in red standing here alone. Most importantly, this person was so young, and his appearance and bearing were so extraordinary. Fengjiu ignored the gazes of the crowd and stared at the big hole in front of her. She walked to the edge of the hole and blinked when she saw that there was no more water inside. "Little friend, are you here for the immortal ascension stairs as well?" An old man walked out and asked, his gaze landing on Fengjiu. "Yes." Fengjiu nodded and said, "I heard that very few people can climb the immortal ascension stairs, so I thought I'd come and watch the show." Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. So he was just here to watch the show. That was more like it. If he was here to attempt to ascend the immortal ascension stairs, with his age and cultivation level, he wouldn't be qualified to do so. I heard that only immortal emperors can climb the immortal ascension stairs. The old man stroked his beard and looked at the sky. Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him and asked, "Old friend, with your immortal, venerable cultivation, do you want to give it a try as well?" When the old man heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he smiled. He didn't expect this young man to call him old friend when he called him little friend. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Of course I want to give it a try. Although only immortal emperors can climb the immortal ascension stairs, isn't the Tao of immortality also a struggle against the heavens? Rumor has it that 100 years ago, a cultivator with the strength of an immortal sovereign broke through halfway up the immortal ascension stairs and ascended to the heavenly stairway. The cultivators waiting here naturally want to compete with Tian Yi and compete with him. Then when will the immortal ascension stairs appear?" She looked around and saw about 100 cultivators sitting on the ground. Some were sitting cross-legged, some were resting with their eyes closed, and some were observing their surroundings. "It should be soon," the old man said slowly. Then he suddenly asked, "Little friend, are you alone?" Fengjiu smiled and said, "One person is enough." "Ha ha, little friend, you are very confident." The old man paused and looked at Fengjiu meaningfully. "You are also very capable. To be able to come here alone, this was no small feat." Fengjiu smiled and said, "I was just lucky. Little friend, why don't you come and sit with us?" The old man turned his body up to 10 cultivators, who were sitting of a dozen cultivov of the Imifs group. Fengjiu glanced at them and thought for a while. Then he nodded and said, "That's fine." Then he walked over with the old man. When the members of the old man's family saw that the young man had arrived with their old ancestor in such a relaxed and indifferent manner, they couldn't help but be slightly startled. They were surprised that their old ancestor would actually treat this young man differently. After carefully sizing up the young man, they couldn't help but secretly praise him. What an elegant young man. This young man was dressed in red, and his face was as handsome as a celestial being. His bearing was outstanding, and there was a hint of nobility about him. Although his strength was not great, his appearance and bearing were enough to make people treat him differently. Chapter 2736. Great Ancestor. They bowed to their great ancestor, and their gazes landed on the young man. "Go rest yourselves." The old man waved his hand, telling them not to be restrained and to rest. "Yes." The cultivators responded, then took a few steps back and sat down again. Some sat cross-legged to cultivate, while others sat cross-legged to meditate. "Young friend, do you know how to play chess?" the old man asked with a smile. "A little," Fengjiu said. "That's good. Since we have nothing to do, let's play chess to pass the time." The old man took out a small 4-legged table and placed it between the two of them. He then took out a set of chess pieces and handed a white one to Fengjiu. Fengjiu didn't say anything else. She just sat on a round piece of wood and placed the white chess piece first. Then she started playing chess with the old man. When the two of them first started, the old man's expression was normal, and his speed of placing pieces was not slow. However, as more and more pieces were placed on the board, his speed clearly slowed down. Just like now, when it was his turn, he held a piece and thought for a long time, unable to place it down. Fengjiu wasn't in a hurry. He quietly watched, and when he saw that the old man was indeed slow, he took out some wine from his space and asked, "Old friend, do you want a drink?" No, I haven't thought about how to play this move." The old man didn't even look up. After thinking for a long time, he finally placed his piece. Just as he was about to look up and tell the young man that it was his turn, he saw that the white piece had already been placed. Looking at the white piece, he widened his eyes and asked, "You don't even need to think about how to play chess." "Usually I don't," Fengjiu said with a smile. At the same time, he raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. He saw that the old man was still hesitating. When he placed his piece down again, Fengjiu placed his piece down as well. "You've lost." Fengjiu smiled and looked at He Zi, who had nowhere to go, as she spoke to the old man. The old man blew his beard and said again, As he sorted the black and white pieces, he said, "I've never met a worthy opponent in chess. How can I lose to you? Actually, I only lost by half a piece," Feng Jiu said with a smile as he pushed the divided pieces in front of the old man. "Why don't you take the white piece?" No, no, no. I'm fine with the black piece. Let's play again." He gestured and continued. "So, Feng Jiu," the old man looked at Feng Jiu and sighed. Hearing this, the old man smiled and removed the chessboard. He looked at Feng Jiu and asked, "How should I address you, young friend?" "Ninth young master?" The old man was slightly stunned, then he smiled. "Then I'll just call you young friend." As the two of them chatted, Feng Jiu learned that the old man had been stuck at the venerable immortal level for a long time. Seeing that there was no hope for him to advance in his family, he wanted to try the stairway of immortality. "Ninth young master?" A surprised voice called out. Feng Jiu, who was chatting with the old man, was startled. He turned around and saw that it was the people from the team they met in the mangrove forest. Chapter 2737. On the way here, the ninth young lord was alone. That meant that he was not with the old man. However, seeing that they were sitting together, they must have met on the way here. Feng Jiu nodded and glanced at the group behind him. "Looks like you guys are not slow either." Hearing this, Shu smiled. "Luckily, we met the ninth young lord on the way here. If not, we probably would not have reached here." "Oh." The old man looked at Feng Jiu and smiled. "My friend, did you help others on the way here? Do I not look like someone who would help others?" Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. "Ha ha ha, that's not what I meant. I just didn't expect it." The old man raised his head and laughed. After all, the group was not weak. If they needed this young man to save them, it meant that his intuition was right. This young man was not ordinary. Shu asked the group to sit on the side and sat down next to them. "It's rare to meet someone familiar here. However, the ninth young lord, why did you come to the stairway of immortality?" Don't tell him that the ninth young lord also wanted to try the stairway of immortality. Feng Jiu smiled and said, "This old friend just asked me the same question, and now you're asking me again. Since we're here, what do you want to do?" "Naturally, I want to do the same. There's no need to ask this question." Shu was stunned. Then he laughed out loud. "Yes, I was foolish. Come, let me apologize to the ninth young lord." He took out some wine from his space and poured 3 cups. He said to the old man and Feng Jiu, "Elder, the ninth young lord, I'll drink first." As he spoke, he raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. When the old man saw this, he raised his cup and gestured to the two of them. He took a sip and put it down. Feng Jiu liked wine too. When he saw the wine poured by others, he raised his cup and tasted it. Although it was good wine, it was still not as good as her hidden wine. As they waited for the immortal ascension stairs to appear, they sat in a circle and chatted with each other. Occasionally, some teams would come by and ask about the dried-up lake. However, no one knew what was going on. Speaking of which, it's strange. There was originally a lake here. Who would have thought that when we arrived, it had already dried up? Even the golden lotus in the lake had disappeared. There was also the white python in the lake. You should know that the white python had eaten many cultivators who had set their sights on the golden lotus. As the old man spoke to them, he looked at the empty lake in front of them and said, "Those golden lotuses are good stuff." It said that the lotus seeds are treasures that can increase one's strength, but no one knows where those golden lotuses have gone. When Feng Jiu heard this, he coughed uncomfortably and said, "Perhaps it was plucked by someone, or perhaps the lake has long dried up, so the golden lotus is long gone." The white python in the lake is at the level of a divine beast. Moreover, it's huge in size and has extraordinary battle prowess. I don't know why it disappeared at this time. Otherwise, maybe we can find out what happened. As the old man spoke, he stroked his beard and looked ahead. However, when his gaze landed in front of him, his eyes suddenly shone with joy. He stood up and pointed forward, exclaiming excitedly, "Look, it's the immortal ascension stairs. The immortal ascension stairs have appeared." Chapter 2738. This is the immortal ascension ladder. Feng Jiu stared at the scene in front of him in astonishment. This ladder seemed to be formed by clouds and extended down from the sky. That's right. This is the immortal ascension ladder. The old man's expression changed slightly. Not long after, the immortal ascension ladder extended to the ground. One end was connected to the ground while the other end disappeared into the clouds. It was as if there was no end to it. While they were talking, someone had already stepped onto the immortal ascension ladder. Then, more than 10 cultivators rushed up. Among them, Fengjiu saw that there were even immortal emperors. "Young friend, I'll take my leave first." The old man cupped his fists at Fengjiu and said something to his clansmen. Then, he walked up the immortal ascension ladder. "Ninth young lord, goodbye." Hishu also cupped his fists and led his group up the immortal ascension ladder. Fengjiu watched them leave. Just as she was about to step forward, she caught a glimpse of a group of people coming over from the corner of her eye. She took a closer look and saw that the group was from the Xie clan. Xie Yin and his father, Old Master Xie, were among them. However, looking at the people in this group, they looked a little tired. It was obvious that the journey here had not been easy. "Father, it seems like we came at the right time. The immortal ascension ladder has really appeared," Xie Yin said to his father. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a miserable scream was heard. A figure fell down from the immortal ascension ladder. His body was covered in blood, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. This scene shocked the people below. The expressions of the people from the other clans changed when they saw the miserable state of that person. Was this the result of not being able to climb the immortal ascension ladder? This was indeed fighting against the heavens, gambling with one's life. The faces of the Xie clan's people turned ugly when they saw this scene, because that person just happened to fall in front of them. Looking at the miserable state of that cultivator, Xie Yan's body trembled slightly. He looked at his father and said, "Father, I'll go up with you. Let's do what we can. As long as we feel that we can't go up anymore, we'll come down." Immortal Ascension Stairway. Actually, those who had climbed the Immortal Ascension Stairway before all knew that for every step after the 100th step, one's strength would change as well. However, after the 100th step, the Immortal Ascension Stairway was even more difficult to climb. Those who could not withstand the pressure would be knocked down. The clan wanted to recruit experts to assist them, yet they didn't dare to come personally. Hence, they could only send these branch family members with outstanding strength to take the risk. How could they not know that the Immortal Ascension Stairs was akin to the King of Hell's talisman? Careful with every step, he fell from the sky to hell. When he thought about how his father's goal was to fight against the heavens, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He was afraid that his father would be like that cultivator who fell down the Immortal Ascension Stairs, going up alive only to come down on the verge of death. Old Master Xie sighed and looked at the Immortal Ascension Stairs. "I have tried climbing this Immortal Ascension Stairs before. The first 100 meters is safe. You can try the next 10 steps after that." He turned around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. If you don't try, how do you know if you can do it?" Chapter 2739. It was a young man. He didn't look very old, but his red robe was extremely dazzling, and his temperament was incomparably noble. When he turned his head slightly to look at them, his handsome face that was like a celestial being was reflected in their eyes. When they saw him, they couldn't help but secretly praise, "What an outstanding young man." When they saw the young man looking at them, they nodded their heads slightly. Then they gathered their thoughts and walked up the Immortal Ascension Stairs. However, not long after they stepped onto the Immortal Ascension Stairs, they saw the handsome young man in red following behind them. His steps were leisurely, and his expression was calm. His actions exuded a sense of laziness, and he didn't seem nervous at all. It was as if he wasn't walking up the Immortal Ascension Stairs, but rather, he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. "Father, that young man is coming up too," Xie Yin said to his father beside him. Old man Xie turned to look and said, "Strong cultivators tend to keep a low profile. Maybe this young man already has the qualifications to climb the Immortal Ascension Stairs. Those who are able to come up here are all extraordinary people. We can't treat them like normal people." Hearing this, Xie Yin calmed himself down and replied, "Yes. Wasn't that right?" Back then, who would have thought that the Fengjiu they met on the way here would be such a strong cultivator. That young man's appearance was obviously not outstanding. His green robes were also very low profile. His actions and words were like those of an ordinary child. However, time after time, that young man had exceeded everyone's expectations. Also, because of that young man, his son was able to obtain a divine beast at such a young age. Now, even if the father and son were not in the clan, they could rest easy. They walked forward. Every step they took felt like they were stepping on cotton. They had to gather their spiritual energy and use it to walk. Therefore, every step on the immortal ascension stairs was not easy. Another cry of surprise was heard, and another figure fell from a high place. When the Xie father and son saw the figure rolling down the celestial staircase, they immediately dodged to the side to avoid being knocked down. As soon as the two of them dodged, they thought of the red-robed young man behind them and couldn't help but turn back to look. They saw that the red-robed young man was trying to step on the celestial staircase. With one step, he sank halfway down the staircase, then pulled himself out. When he stepped down again, they didn't know if it was a problem of strength or something else, but the red-robed young man's entire body sank in. He could only use his elbows to support himself. His entire body hung in the air and swayed. Just when they thought that the youth would fall down, they saw the youth move to the left and easily avoid the falling cultivator. Then, he climbed up from the cloud ladder and continued to climb up after steadying himself. Seeing this scene, whether it was the father and son of the Xie clan who were looking down from the celestial staircase or the cultivators who were standing guard below, ready to catch people if they fell, they were all dumbfounded. Why did it feel like this young man went up to play? That leisurely swaying figure, that footsteps that stopped every 3 steps. When would it come to an end? Chapter 2740. Why isn't he walking anymore? Maybe he can't go up? That's true. We can't see anything beyond the 100th step. The smoke there is thicker. I wonder what it's like beyond the 100th step. What can happen? Didn't you see those people fall down not long after they entered the 100-step staircase? He probably doesn't dare to go up. This young man has the guts to try the staircase at such a young age. It's already very impressive. Indeed, we can only watch from below. We don't even dare to try. Below, the cultivators who were looking up discussed among themselves. Looking at the dazzling red figure, they wondered why he had stopped moving forward. Fengjiu stopped because she saw the Xie father and son enter the 100th step. The old man's pace did not slow down. Xie Yin had only taken the 2nd step, but it was already difficult for him to continue. She saw his slightly raised steps tremble slightly. It was not a tremble of fear, but a tremble of muscles and bones due to his heavy footsteps. He had only taken 2 steps, but his clothes were already drenched in sweat. His breathing became heavy and chaotic. If you have too much obsession in your heart, this staircase won't be easy to walk. A faint voice entered Xie Yan's ears. He was startled and turned his head to look. He saw that the red-robed young man had unknowingly appeared behind him and was only 2 steps behind him. However, at this moment, he watched in astonishment as the young man strode over. Step by step, the young man easily arrived in front of him. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 10 steps. Don't believe me? Let go of your obsession and try walking again. As Fengjiu spoke, she did not look at him. Instead, she walked up the staircase. Every step was light and easy, as if she was walking on flat ground. Xie Yin was shocked. However, what shocked him even more was that familiar voice. Fengjiu, you're Xiaojiu? It was clearly a different face, clearly a different outfit, clearly a different temperament, but this voice was so familiar. No, how could it be a different aura? That willful and arrogant aura. Wasn't it Fengjiu? When he was fighting against the Ruan clan, wasn't the aura of Zun Hua similar to this? Fengjiu paused and looked at him from 10 steps away. It's me. Hearing his words, Xie Yin was overjoyed. Without doubting him, he dismissed the obsession in his heart and tried his best to restore his calm. When he took another step, his footsteps were no longer as heavy as before. However, as he walked up step by step, the powerful pressure and aura that spread out from the celestial staircase made it difficult for him to breathe. He was only at the 9th step. It seems that I won't be able to go up. He laughed bitterly as he knew that if he were to forcefully ascend the stairs, he would probably be injured by the pressure of the heaven Tao and fall to the point of being on the verge of death. Fengjiu nodded slightly. It's already very good. You may leave. Your wife and children are waiting for you at home. Xian's heart trembled. He looked at him deeply, then cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you. His wife and children were waiting for him at home. Not for anything else, but for his wife and children. Staying alive and returning home was the most important thing. Thinking of this, he cupped his hands and bowed to Fengjiu. He glanced at the celestial staircase, then turned and walked down. Chapter 2741. After a few steps, she stopped and looked up. She saw 2 cultivators about 10 steps away from her, waving their swords as if possessed. They kept shouting, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Fierce auras flew in all directions and dissipated into the air. Some of the cultivators avoided them as they walked forward. Some of them could not dodge in time and were injured by the sword auras. She saw old Master Xie standing at the top of the stairs about 30 steps away. He was staring ahead in a daze. She didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, he turned around and walked to the side. Seeing that the situation was a little strange, she quickly went forward. When old Master Xie stepped into the air, she reached out and pulled him. "Old Master," Fengjiu called out. Her voice contained the power of a powerful cultivator. When it reached old Master Xie's ears, his heart shook and he snapped out of his reverie. "You are." He looked at the young man in red who was pulling him and then at his own feet. His heart skipped a beat. "Old Master, be careful," Fengjiu said as she let go of his robe. "You are." Fengjiu? Old Master Xie heard the voice and felt that it was familiar. He could not help but ask hesitantly. However, when he saw the handsome face of the young man in red, he was uncertain. Fengjiu smiled. "It's me." Old Master Xie was stunned. He smiled. "I didn't expect it to be you. I really couldn't recognize you." It was as if he was a completely different person. If not for his voice, he would not have recognized him. "Old Master, are you going up the Immortal Ascension stairs too? Let's go together," Fengjiu said as he walked up the stairs. Old Master Xie was stunned for a moment and hurriedly followed. However, it was not easy for him to walk, and the higher he went, the more illusions seemed to be messing up his thoughts and state of mind. Suddenly, he looked in front of him, but Feng Ix's figure was gone. There was only a fierce tiger with its mouth wide open and pouncing on him. The ferocious aura, the sharp, bloodthirsty mouth, and the approaching danger made him cry out in alarm. He stumbled backward and rolled down a few steps. Fengjiu stood at the top and watched. His eyes flashed. In his opinion, old Master Xie had fallen down the stairs because of his sudden cry of alarm. However, he did not know what he saw. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the stairs. It was said that illusions would appear on the stairs. However, she did not see anything. She did not know what the illusions were. Seeing the old man of the Xie family get up and walk up again, she didn't walk up. Instead, she stood there and waited for him. When he stopped in front of her and stopped to catch his breath, she asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I've walked this path before. However, I didn't expect to see illusions." "It's fine. I can continue walking slowly," old Master Xie said as he panted. After resting for a while, he continued walking. Fengjiu walked at a leisurely pace. She did not sweat at all. However, the old man beside her was sweating and his clothes were soaked. He gradually slowed down as if every step was strenuous. Chapter 2742. Old Master Xie couldn't get his foot on the stairs. He stared at the stairs in front of him for a long time before he finally sighed and retracted his foot. He looked at Feng Nine and said, "It seems that this is as far as I can go. I won't go up. I'll do my best." He paused and looked at Fengjiu. "There's still a long way to go. Be careful." "Okay," Fengjiu replied. Then, she turned around and continued walking. The old man behind, Yi Futian, saw that Yi Futian's steps were relaxed, and he did not stop at all. It was as if nothing could stop him. He watched as Yi Futian walked past the cultivators, and his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. He finally let out a sigh of relief and continued walking down the staircase. At this point, his state of mind seemed to have reached a new level. The spiritual energy in his body surged. It had to be said that even if he had not reached the top of the immortal ascension stairs, he had still gained something from this trip. Fengjiu walked up. The higher she went, the more she could not see the path ahead. She did not know how many more stairs there were. Since she had not reached the end, she continued walking. For some reason, she could not see the people in front of her or behind her. She could not hear any other sounds. It was as if she was the only one on this path. She walked slowly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. It was so strong that she could not open her eyes. She felt as if her body was about to be blown away. She steadied herself and stopped walking. Looking ahead, she could only see the gust of wind blowing in all directions. Then, the gust of wind brought with it a torrential rain. When the rain fell on her body, she felt as if she had been hit by a handful of stones. It was painful. The spiritual energy in her body seemed to be useless at this moment. She could not block out the attack of the wind and rain. She only knew that the rain fell on her body. Her black hair was wet and stuck to her cheeks. Her red robe was also wet and stuck to her body. Because her clothes were soaked, it was difficult for her to walk. However, she did not stop because the stairs behind her were disappearing at some point in time. It was as if she would fall down if she stopped. As a result, even though she was not moving very quickly, she continued to move forward step by step. After an unknown amount of time, the gale stopped, and so did the storm. What appeared was the scorching sun, as if the sun was right above her head. The scorching temperature had completely dried off the water on her clothes and hair, and the water vapor evaporated into the sky. Her clothes, which were originally wet and stuck to her body, were now dry. However, sweat had seeped out and dripped down. The sweat on her back had also soaked her clothes. She was extremely thirsty. When she reached out to take some water from her space to drink, she found that she could not get anything. She was only startled for a moment before continuing to walk forward. It was as if there was no night on this path. She seemed to have walked for a long time, but she still could not see the end. She had used up a lot of her energy, and her pace gradually slowed down. At this moment, the weather on the Immortal Ascension stairs changed again. Just a moment ago, the sun was shining so brightly that she could not open her eyes. The next moment, it was as if she had fallen into a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes fluttered and the cold wind whistled. Chapter 2743. She was stunned and stopped in her tracks. Her heart skipped a beat as she stared at her empty palm. Suddenly, she understood. If the heart is connected to the path of heaven, there is no need to fear the wind and snow blocking the path of immortality. As soon as she finished speaking, the drifting snow disappeared without a trace. Her surroundings seemed to have returned to their original state. She calmed herself down and looked at herself. She was still dressed in red, fluttering in the wind. There was not a speck of snow on her body. The tiredness and thirst she originally felt had all disappeared. It was as if they had just been an illusion and never appeared. Ninth young lord? Ninth young lord? Young friend? Young friend? Two voices sounded. She came back to her senses and looked forward. She saw the old man and his shoe standing about 10 meters away from her and calling out to her. When they saw her look up, they asked again, "Why are you up here? Aren't you here to watch the show? Why are you up here?" Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. She walked forward and said, "I had nothing to do, so I came up here to take a look. Perhaps the scenery up here will be better." The sounds around her entered her ears. There were sounds of fighting behind her, as well as cries of surprise. In front of her, she could vaguely see a few figures walking slowly in the smoke. The old man and Hishu saw him walking up slowly, one step at a time. He looked relaxed. They couldn't help but feel surprised. When he came to their side, the old man looked at him and sighed. "Young friend, you really have hidden your strength." Fengjiu smiled and said, "I haven't reached the top yet. How do you know that I have hidden my strength?" She walked up and said, "Let's go." Seeing him walking up, the two of them paused for a moment before following him. They had already walked half the way up. The higher they went, the harder it was to walk, especially Hishu, who gradually began to feel uncomfortable. The aura in her body also began to become chaotic. Feeling that her body had reached its limit, Hishu stopped and said to them, "I've reached my limit. I'm afraid I can't take it anymore." Fengjiu and the old man glanced at him and nodded. They didn't say anything else and continued walking. Hishu walked down. "Little friend, don't you feel it?" The old man couldn't help but ask. Seeing that Fengjiu's expression was the same as before, without the slightest bit of discomfort, he couldn't help but feel strange. "There is." Fengjiu sighed softly. When the old man heard this, he stared at Fengjiu with glowing eyes and hurriedly asked, "How do you feel? Why is this road so long? How much more do we need to reach the peak?" Fengjiu said softly. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. The old man was stunned and did not recover for a long time. After a long while, the old man took a deep breath and said, "I'm asking about your other feelings. Do you feel any discomfort? Can't you feel the pressure emanating from this staircase? Don't you feel the blood in your body boiling?" Fengjiu suddenly stopped in his tracks. After a moment of silence, he turned to the old man and said, "Not really. I just feel that this path is too long, and it's a bit difficult to climb up." As she spoke, she took out 2 fruits from her space and handed one to the old man. "Here, eat this to moisten your throat." The old man's lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he just took the fruit, thanked her, and continued walking. Chapter 2744. She turned around to look, but all she could see was a vast expanse of white smoke. She could not see the old man or anyone else. Could it be that she had entered an illusion again? She thought to herself, but she did not think so. She was probably at the later stages of the stairway of immortality. There were probably not many people who had reached this stage. That old man must have already gone down, right? As she walked up, she thought to herself, according to the news, this stairway of immortality leads to another place. If I really go up, then her heart trembled at the thought. To be honest, her family and friends weren't here. She didn't want to leave alone and go somewhere else. But why did the Tianji elder ask her to come here? The stairway of immortality was here, and the golden lotus. No, it was the golden lotus. Could the golden lotus in her space pool be one of the ancient golden lotuses that Imo Chan had mentioned? She stopped in her tracks, as if she had understood something. Perhaps the golden lotus was the main reason she had come to the stairway of immortality? Even if she had really come here for the stairway of immortality, she had already come up. There was nothing special about it. She looked ahead and saw that the staircase was endless. She continued walking, and as time passed, she gradually got closer to the top. When she arrived at the end, she looked at the last staircase and the ethereal door behind it. She stopped and didn't take that final step. This is the top of the stairway of immortality? It's just SOSO. She murmured softly and glanced at the illusory door in front of her. Unfortunately, it was a vast expanse of whiteness, and she couldn't see anything. At this moment, she did not know that behind the door of immortality, where she could not see, there were a few figures sitting on the clouds, looking at Fengjiu, who was standing by the door of immortality. One of the old men stroked his beard, unable to hide his surprise. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that someone would be able to ascend the stairway of immortality this year? And such a young man at that. What a surprise. You're really old and blind. That's clearly a girl. How is she a young man? Although he looked like a child, he was the oldest among them. However, the higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was for him to stop at a certain age. Hence, he looked like a child. A woman? A beautiful woman beside him said. She stared at the red-clothed young man and carefully sized him up. In the end, she was slightly surprised. She smiled and said, "It's actually a woman. It seems that the one who came this year will eventually become my disciple." Ha 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 ha! How many years has it been since such an outstanding cultivator has appeared? Now that there is such a rare one, and such a handsome young man at that, no matter what, this person should be under my tutelage. Don't fight with me. I want this girl. No, I want it. How can that be? I said first. That's because I could tell that she was a girl. Even if she wanted to join an immortal sect, she should have joined my sect. Chapter 2745. Hearing this, The few of them were startled and hurriedly looked to the other side of the door. They saw that the red-clothed youth looked around the door, then turned around and walked back. He actually walked down just like that. She's leaving? She's already on the Immortal Ascension stairs, but she's not coming up? One of the old men's eyes widened, and he stuttered. She doesn't know where this place is, right? Any cultivator should know that this is the only way to get to the top. Why did she leave? What's going on? He had been guarding this place for many years, but this was the first time he saw a cultivator walk up the Immortal Ascension stairs with a calm expression. She even stood there and looked around before turning around to leave. For a moment, the few old monsters were dumbfounded and forgot to react. They stared blankly as the figure disappeared from the other side of the door. She left just like that? They looked at each other in dismay. They had never encountered such a situation before. Among them, the childlike old monster immediately released his divine sense, and a voice that contained a powerful pressure also sounded. "Little girl, you're not coming up?" Feng Jiao, who was walking down, was startled when she heard the voice. She turned around to look, but saw nothing. Hence, she continued walking down. "Little girl, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you coming up?" The old monster's voice was flustered and exasperated. This time, Feng Jiao was sure that he was talking to her. However, she did not see where the person was. Hence, she turned around to look at the door and said, "I'm just coming up to take a look. I don't want to go over." Hearing this, the childlike old monster widened his eyes. Even the others widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. "Then what are you doing here? Are you playing with us?" The old monster said angrily. Feng Jiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "Us?" Obviously, behind that door, there was more than one powerful old monster cultivator. Hence, she said, "I just said that I'm just coming up to take a look. I didn't know that you were behind that door, so I'm not playing with you." The old monsters were speechless for a moment. They did not know what this little girl was thinking. Finally, one of them asked again, "What's your name?" "Feng Jiao," she said, not bothering to hide it. "Feng Jiao? We'll remember it." Hearing this, Feng Jiao said goodbye. With that, she continued walking down the stairs. Seeing her gradually disappear into the distance, the old monsters did not say anything for a long time, until finally, one of them said, "We were happy for nothing. This woman is not a person. She'll come again." Another voice said, "You can't fight with me. I've reserved Feng Jiao." "What do you mean you've booked it?" And, is I come? If you want to fight, wouldn't it be better to let her choose herself when she comes again in the future?" The childlike old monster said. He looked at the door and sighed. "It looks like this will be the end of this year." Chapter 2746. The atmosphere around them seemed to be a little different. Some cultivators had surrounded the old man's family. Among them, Hishu and the others were protecting the old man. The atmosphere seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Other than the few groups of people surrounding the old man and Hishu, some others had already left when they saw that the situation was not right. Xian, old Master Xie, and the others from the Xie family stood nearby and watched. When they saw her come down, they happily walked over. She calmly retracted her gaze and slowly walked toward the dying old man. She saw that half of the old man's family members were also pointing their weapons at him. It seemed that they wanted to take advantage of the old man's injury to take his life. He fell down. Feng Jiao raised her eyebrows, and her gaze fell on Hishu. "Ninth young lord, you came down?" Hishu was very happy to see him. "I was worried that you would fall down from above, but seeing that you're safe, I'm relieved." As he spoke, he remembered Feng Jiao's question and hurriedly said, "Senior fell down." But when he fell, his family members were fighting among themselves. Some wanted to catch him, some tried to stop him. I couldn't stand it and reached out to help. I didn't expect these people to want to attack us. Hearing this, Feng Jiao nodded. So that's how it was. Xiao Jiao, old Master Xie, and Xie Yin walked over with their people and stood beside her. "Why aren't you going back?" Feng Jiao asked. After all, if the people here were to attack, there would be repercussions. Some of the families who understood this had already left, but they were still here. "We wanted to wait for you to come down safely before leaving," Xie Yin said. He looked at Feng Jiao and asked worriedly, "Do you know them?" Fengjiu glanced at the dying old man and said, "He's all right." Her gaze swept past the surrounding cultivators, and she raised her eyebrows, asking, "You're not leaving?" Inexplicably, the cultivators felt uneasy when they saw the young man in red casually ask this question. It was as if they made the wrong choice. What awaited them would be a heart-chilling, killing intent. The aura of death was so strong that it caused their hearts to rise to their throats because of the young man's words. For a moment, they hesitated. "Brat, don't be a busybody." One of the old man's clansmen glared fiercely at Fengjiu and scolded. However, before he could finish his words, a beam of cold light shot out, and he fell to the ground with a groan. In the blink of an eye, the life of a peak immortal saint cultivator had ended just like that. The surroundings quieted down in an instant. No one said a word. They just quietly watched the scene with reverence. The cultivators who were originally surrounding them even retreated without leaving a trace and quickly fled into the distance. "Come back." One of the old man's clansmen's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but retreat and stare at Fengjiu with alarm and horror. The dying old man couldn't help but sigh softly when he saw Fengjiu helping him. Little friend, you've brought trouble to yourself. Why do you have to do this?" He wasn't related to him. Why did he have to bring trouble to himself? Chapter 2747. The prerequisite for helping others was to have the ability to help and the ability to bear the consequences. Since she already had this condition, why should she just watch and not lend a helping hand? The path of cultivation, the path of the strong, was not to be cold-blooded and heartless, nor was it to be a bystander. Instead, it was to use strength to solve everything when necessary. This was the foundation of her cultivation and her original intention to become strong. It didn't matter if people said that she was meddling in other people's business or that she was a troublemaker. She didn't care about what others said. She only knew that when she wanted to do something and had the ability to do it, she would do it according to her heart. After hearing her words, the old man coughed twice. He clenched his fist and pressed it against the corner of his mouth, wiping away the blood that flowed out. He did not say anything else, and only said, "Young friend, thank you." His voice was weak and powerless, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He gave off the feeling of a candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. "I thought you had come down, but I didn't expect you to come down like this." She walked forward and squatted down beside him, reaching out to feel his pulse. "With your temperament and comprehension, you shouldn't have ended up like this." Hearing this, the old man only smiled weakly, as if he did not even have the strength to speak. His eyelids gradually closed. "Ancestor, ancestor. Ha 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 ha. This old fart is finally dead. Ha 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 ha." Half of the cultivators saw this and laughed out loud, thinking that the old man would not be able to hold on. All of you shut up." The middle-aged man who was supporting the old man turned around and shouted angrily, "Once this old fart dies, the family will change. What's the use of you guarding him? Why don't you quickly abandon the darkness and join the light? When the fourth master ascends, you will naturally benefit greatly. Kill them and avenge the ancestor." The middle-aged man who was supporting the old man shouted. He put the old man down and rushed towards those people with his sword. When the others saw this, they also joined in the battle. In an instant, the originally peaceful group began to kill each other just like that. Fengjiu glanced at it and ignored it. She wasn't interested in participating in this kind of family infighting. However, this old man had accompanied her for a long time, so she couldn't bear to see him die like this. Thus, she took out a pill from her space and stuffed it into the mouth of the unconscious old man. Spiritual power surged from her palm to help the pill take effect. Yishu was slightly surprised when he saw this. That pill. He glanced at Fengjiu. He didn't expect him to give such a precious pill to the old man. What was even more unbelievable was that in less than half an hour, the old man, who was on the verge of death, gradually regained his balance. The unconscious old man slowly opened his eyes. "Little friend." The old man was startled. He looked at Fengjiu and felt that his body seemed a little different. His life is saved. However, After returning, he will likely need to cultivate for a period of time to adjust himself, Fengjiu said, clapping his hands as he stood up. Yishu saw the old man staring at Fengjiu in a daze and immediately said, "Just now, the ninth young lord gave you a level 6 pill. That is an absolute treasure-grade inner core." Hearing this, the old man looked at Fengjiu in shock. "Little friend, you." Chapter 2748. When the old man saw them fighting, he glanced at them and said to Fengjiu, "They wouldn't dare to trouble you." He stood up with Yishu's help and bowed to Fengjiu. "Thank you for saving us. I'm Yi Huai, and I'll never forget it." Feng Nine didn't avoid his salute and didn't say anything more. She just turned to look at the father and son of the Xie family. "Old master, when are you going back?" Hearing his words, old Master Xie said, "I'm preparing to leave too." "What about you? When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow," she said. "Shall we go together?" Old Master Xie asked. Fengjiu shook his head. "No, I'm at a different place." As he spoke, his expression changed and his gaze shifted to the forest in the distance. The others noticed this and looked in the direction he was looking at, but they didn't see anything. They only saw the leaves in the distance rustling silently. "It's getting late. Let's rest here for a while and leave together tomorrow," Ishu said and looked at the Xie father and son. "I haven't introduced myself. My surname is He, and my name is Shan Shu. May I know who you are?" "My surname is Xie, and my name is Shan Yen. This is my father," Xie Yen said and made a simple introduction. "Young friend, are you in trouble?" The old man Yi Huai asked. After all, he had seen many things. The slight movement just now had attracted his attention. "It's just a small problem." "It's no big deal," Fengjiu said. He did not take it to heart. The outcome of the battle was gradually decided. However, after those people were killed, the remaining 8 or 9 people were also covered in injuries and were in a very sorry state. They wiped their weapons clean and put them away before coming to the old man's side. When they saw that the old man's spiritual aura was much stronger than before, they could not help but be stunned. "Patriarch, thanks to you, young friend, I'm fine now." The old man looked at Fengjiu as he spoke. Hearing this, the 8 or 9 people immediately stepped forward and saluted Fengjiu gratefully. "Many thanks to young lord for saving our old ancestor." "Your old ancestor has already thanked me. There's no need to thank me." Fengjiu waved his hand and said. The few of them looked at him deeply. Some of them were familiar with medicine, and they had seen the patriarch's previous condition. Now that he could stand up and his breathing was stable, there was no danger to his life. It could be seen that he had extraordinary means. However, after saving their ancestor, he actually didn't ask for anything in return. This surprised them. How could there be such a person who saved others without asking for anything in return? The Yi clan, He clan, and Xie clan, along with Fengjiu, sat together in a circle. Whether it was strength or numbers, these people were enough to shock others. When the people who were watching Fengjiu in the dark saw them, they also disappeared quietly, as if they had never been there. In the night, everyone sat together and chatted. The 3 clans who were not close to each other in the first place became closer because of Fengjiu's relationship. They also agreed to leave together. This night was considered peaceful. The people who were hiding in the dark did not appear, and they all had a good night's rest. The next morning, a few more people came and went up the immortal ascension stairs. Chapter 2749. I'll take my leave first. Everyone, take care. She cupped her hands and said to them. Hearing this, old Master Xie and the others could not help but look at her. In the end, they only said, "Be careful on your way. There must be someone watching him in the dark." However, with his strength, he might not be afraid of those people. Fengjiu smiled and nodded. Only then did she summon her flying sword and leave first. Not long after she left, the people who had been hiding in the forest also followed behind her on their flying swords. Yishu felt the aura in the air in the forest and could not help but feel worried. Those people seemed to be very strong. I wonder if the 9th young lord can handle them. "He should be fine," Xie Yin said. When he saw them looking at him, he smiled and said, "You don't know how strong he is. I think those who have their eyes on him will only end up being defeated and killed." Brother Xie and the ninth young lord seemed to be very familiar with each other. Hishu looked at them curiously. Ha ha ha, this is a long story. Xie Yan laughed softly and said, we can talk along the way. Very well. Thus, the three groups left together and headed back to where they came from. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, Fengjiu, who was flying on her flying sword, stopped. She sat on a big tree and looked at the dozen cultivators who were chasing after her. You guys actually chased me all the way here. You guys really don't give up. She sat on a branch with one leg stretched out and the other bent slightly. She casually placed one hand on her bent knee and played with a leaf with the other. Her clear eyes were indifferent and cold. Her slightly curved lips revealed a trace of a smile, which made her look even more demonic and languid. She sat on the tree like this and watched as the 17 or 18 cultivators surrounded her. Fengjiu, hand over the ancient green lotus. Among them, two cultivators who were immortal venerables stared at her fiercely and shouted in a deep and cold voice. Fengjiu's gaze swept across the cultivators. Her gaze paused on one of them for a moment, and then she chuckled. You want the ancient green lotus? That will depend on whether you have the ability or not. As soon as she finished speaking, the green leaf that she was playing with between her fingers flew out like a hidden weapon and hit the arm of one of the cultivators. Immediately after, she jumped up and rushed forward. The azure-edged sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and with a sharp sword she took the life of one of the cultivators at an extremely fast speed. The moment the cold light flashed, a cultivator fell to the ground. There were no wounds on his body, only an extremely thin line of blood seeped out from his neck. Seeing that she had killed a cultivator in an instant, the other cultivators quickly drew their swords. For a moment, saber light and sword shadows, killing intent and powerful pressure surged, causing the atmosphere in the forest to become oppressive. Swish! Yes! The green-tipped sword slashed across, causing blood to splatter on the ground. An arm flew out and fell into the grass. The immortal venerable let out a muffled groan and retreated rapidly. His footsteps swayed slightly, and he almost lost his balance. The immortal venerable clutched his severed arm as warm blood seeped out from his palm. The strong smell of blood rushed into his nose. His eyes were gloomy, and a ferocious and bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face as he spoke word by word. Chapter 2750. More than a dozen cold sword cheese intertwined to form a giant net that surrounded Fengjiu. The powerful sword cheese whistled through the air and instantly cut down the surrounding trees. With Fengjiu as the center, even the trees within 10 meters were cut down by the powerful sword cheese. Within 50 meters, branches and leaves swirled in the air. The lush forest seemed to have been razed to the ground in an instant. The lush trees fell to the side, revealing the blue sky and the morning sun. When the sunlight and the cold light of the sharp swords refracted, the sword cheese that burst out from the intertwining light made it even harder for people to see clearly. However, in this powerful sword net, where the dozens of sharp swords were pointed, Fengjiu, dressed in red, exuded a powerful pressure. Her spiritual energy aura spread out from her body like a whirlpool that twined around her, blocking the sword cheese outside of the whirlpool and preventing them from hurting her. Hong Yi let out a whistling sound in the airflow, her black hair flying. She raised the long sword in her hand, and the powerful airflow from the Qing Feng sword was like a wave in the sea. Accompanied by a sharp and cold shout, she slashed down in an instant, breaking the intertwined sword net. Whoosh! Bang! The sharp chi flow burst out like a twisting dragon, causing the surrounding sword cheese to roll over and scatter in all directions. The aura of an expert from her body was also released with the slash of her sword. It was no longer the pressure and aura of an immortal emperor, but the pressure and aura of a divine realm expert. Once this pressure and aura was released, the dozens of cultivators instantly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. With a loud bang, they fell heavily to the ground and were unable to stand up. Hiss! Ah! Screams of pain and misery rang out at this moment. The dozen or so cultivators were stuck to the ground. It was as if there was a huge magnet sucking them in, preventing them from leaving the ground. If that was all, it would be fine. However, there's also a powerful force pressing down on them. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them, crushing every part of their bodies. The pain caused them to scream again and again. Some of them couldn't bear it and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Their internal organs felt like they were being crushed. The chi and blood in their body were rolling, but they couldn't break free from the powerful pressure and aura. They looked at Fengjiu in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable shock and horror. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that Fengjiu, who had just advanced to the immortal Emperor realm not long ago, was already a divine realm expert today. This kind of strength was enough to make them look up to him. Just a gaze, just a pressure, was enough to crush them and consign them to eternal damnation. Even if there were twice as many of them, they wouldn't have dared to ambush her. Compared to their astonishment, Fengjiu indifferently walked forward and stopped in front of the two immortal venerables. Looking at the two immortal venerables who were suppressed by her aura, she narrowed her eyes and said, "After following me all the way, I'm really curious. Where did you two come from?" Chapter 2751. Is that so? Fengjiu curled her lips into a smile and suddenly squatted down. Her fingers moved slightly and a silver needle flashed under the sunlight, causing people to shudder. "What are you doing?" The cultivator shouted. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, he gritted his teeth. He was thinking of using his primordial spirit to escape, but who knew that when the silver needle pierced his body, the spiritual aura in his body seemed to disappear in an instant. His entire body went limp, and his spiritual aura also disappeared. After the silver needle pierced his body, Fengjiu was no longer in a hurry to ask. Instead, she looked at the other cultivators. When those cultivators saw her gaze, their hair stood on end. The murderous intent in her eyes was so clear that it made them feel extreme danger. "Did you all take poison?" Fengjiu said slowly. Her voice carried a bit of carelessness. "So you decided to sacrifice your lives for your master, just like that? To be able to poison your body? I think your master is not much." Hearing her words, the cultivator's eyes flashed, but they did not say anything. Until, when they heard her next sentence, their hearts suddenly trembled. "If I say that I can cure the poison in your body, will you still be loyal to your master?" Her lips curled as she asked gently. Seeing their shocked and incredulous gazes, Fengjiu said, "Don't doubt my ability. You should know that I am the ghost doctor. As long as I want, there is no poison in this world that I cannot cure." It has to be said that her words moved their hearts. If it was possible, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, the clouds in the sky churned, and bolts of heavenly lightning struck down. For a moment, screams spread throughout the forest, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air with the breeze. This scene made Fengjiu, who was retreating, frown slightly. Heavenly Tao execution. Looking at the dozen or so charred corpses, she suddenly muttered, "So that's how it is. Even if these people were controlled by poison, at the same time, they also swore an oath to the heavens. If they had any thoughts of betrayal, the heavenly Tao would kill them." It had to be said that after cultivating for so long, this was the first time she had seen the heavenly Tao kill traitors. No wonder some people wanted them to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao when they wanted them to be loyal. With such an oath, no matter where they were, as long as they were betrayed, even if their master didn't kill them, they would still die. It seems that if I want to get information about the person behind these people, I will have to find another way. She murmured, feeling that it was a pity. It wasn't easy to attract the attention of those people to her, and to keep the danger away from her family and friends. If she went back now, those people would probably find her again and link her to them. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but sigh softly. She walked up and picked up the interspatial rings on their bodies before walking away. As she walked in the forest, she couldn't help but think about the time. Her brother had brought Feng Yi and the others back. They should be home soon, right? She wondered how happy grandfather and the others would be when they saw Feng Yi return home. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but smile. Nothing could compare to a family reunion. She thought that their family would be very happy. It was a pity that she couldn't go back. Otherwise, she would really want to share this joy with them. Chapter 2752. She stood there quietly as she pondered. Looking at this unfamiliar place without a single family or friend, she suddenly wanted to return to the side of her family and friends. After standing there quietly for a long time, she took out the teleportation scroll from her space. This was the teleportation scroll that she had tricked the old man into giving her. There was no record of Peng Lai Immortal Island on it, so she could not use the teleportation scroll from 100 River City to come here. However, she could use the teleportation scroll to return to 100 River City. She lowered her head and raised her hand. Looking at the conspicuous red clothes on her body, she thought to herself, even if I want to go back, I can't go back so conspicuously. Thus, she flashed into her space and cleaned herself up from head to toe. In her space, she wore a set of tattered beggar's clothes. Her face was also disguised to look ordinary and unremarkable. She looked dirty from head to toe, and her shoes had a few holes, revealing 2 of her little toes. She looked at her appearance and smiled inexplicably. Back then, it was this outfit that had pestered Mose. She had also used this outfit to wander around. Now, she felt that this outfit was the most unremarkable and most suitable for her to move around. However, if she left like this, they would probably go there to look for her again. She had to think of a way to blur their line of sight. Thus, she thought of puppets. Walking to the corner where a wooden box was placed, she rummaged through it and found a book on puppetry. She sat down cross-legged and flipped through it, earnestly learning the puppetry techniques inside. 3 days later, she made 10 scarecrows and wrapped a strand of her hair around each scarecrow. Then, she inserted a strand of her divine sense into them, using the shape as an illusion, transform. Following her clear shout, one of the scarecrows flashed with light, and in the next moment, a young man wearing a red robe who looked exactly like her appeared in front of her, blinking his eyes as he looked at her. This was the first time she had seen herself transformed using puppetry techniques. She could not help but be stunned for a moment. She only felt that it was very similar. Perhaps even Mose and the others would not be able to recognize that this was a puppet and an illusion. Listen to this sentence. Feng Jiu smiled and said to the person in front of him, "What are you talking about? What's the point of talking to yourself?" The red-clothed puppet choked Feng Jiu. It was almost an instinctive response. Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. Good. That's how it is. It's pretty good. With these puppets in her original form, those people would definitely think that she was still on Peng Lai Immortal Island. During this period of time, she could do whatever she wanted without worry. Thus, she arranged her puppets. Because of her divine sense and hair, she could control their actions and words. After arranging everything, she took out the teleportation wheel and silently thought of a forest outside 100 River City. With a thought, a light flashed, and she disappeared on the spot. In the afternoon, there was a cool breeze blowing in the forest. Walking in the forest, because of the trees covering their heads, it was less hot and more cool. A light breeze brushed past, and the birds on the branches chirped. It seemed to be a little peaceful and also a little cozy. Chapter 2753. After entering the city gate, Feng Jiu couldn't help but think, I wonder what they are doing. Is Mose in the mansion? Or is he in the building? If they suddenly saw her, would they be pleasantly surprised? No. With her current attire and disguise, it would be difficult for them to recognize her. However, just as she was walking in the direction of the Heavenly Pill building, she unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Hui Lang? What was he doing there? She paused her steps and looked at Hui Lang, who had entered the pastry shop not long ago and came out with a few boxes of pastries. She was slightly surprised and thought to herself, could it be that Mose wants to eat pastries? Thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't possible. Mose didn't like sweet things very much. At most, he would eat 1 or 2 pieces occasionally, but he wouldn't buy a few boxes at once. Therefore, she followed behind at a moderate pace, thinking that Hui Lang would go to the Heavenly Pill building or return to the mansion. However, she didn't expect to see Hui Lang enter a restaurant. She was slightly startled. She walked to a corner of the restaurant and sat down while looking towards the second floor of the restaurant. With this glance, she saw the two people sitting on the second floor. When she saw them, she couldn't help but be stunned, and for a moment, she didn't know what to think. The two people sitting by the window, one of them was wearing a luxurious and low-key black robe. It was Xianyuan Mo's without a doubt. Sitting opposite him was a woman in white. She stared at the woman in white in a daze. She only felt that the woman in white's side profile was extremely beautiful. She sat there, and the aura around her seemed extremely gentle and elegant. The woman was talking about something, and there was a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were fixed on Xianyuan Mo's in front of her. Xianyuan Mo's nodded occasionally. He didn't seem to say much and just held his wine cup and sipped his wine. Seeing the two people sitting there chatting and eating, she couldn't help but lower her head. Looking at the beggar's clothes on her body, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She really knew how to pick clothes. She had picked the dirtiest and most tattered one. Normally speaking, if she came back to give her loved one a surprise, she should appear in her most beautiful state, but she had to appear in her dirtiest and ugliest state. If it was just a mosaic alone, it would be fine, but a woman dressed in white appeared out of nowhere, causing her to lose all thoughts of going forward. With the depth of Moses' feelings for her, she naturally wasn't worried that he would fall in love with another woman. However, seeing him sitting with another woman and chatting away as soon as she returned, she really didn't feel good. Yes, she was jealous. Although this jealousy was inexplicable, she was still jealous. She wished that other than her, there was no other woman by his side. In her opinion, men should not have too many female confidants. As the saying goes, love grows with time. Even if he was boring, he was so outstanding. Who knew if his female confidants were boring? But when she thought about it this way, she felt that she had gone too far. She didn't have many female friends by her side, but whether it was her subordinates or friends, most of them were men. Furthermore, she didn't say anything to them and deliberately kept a distance. Sometimes, when he wasn't by her side, she would often drink and chat alone with the people by her side until dawn. Chapter 2754. Meanwhile, upstairs, Hui Lang carried a few boxes of pastries and placed them on the table. He smiled and said, "Miss Yin, these are pastries from the best pastry shop in the city. When the ghost doctor was here, she also loved to eat pastries from his shop. Try it and see how it tastes." Mose, who was drinking wine, paused for a moment when he heard Hui Lang mention the ghost doctor. He glanced at the pastries. That's right, a Jew also liked to eat pastries from this shop. He wondered how she was doing over there. Originally, she said that she would get someone to send some news back after she left to let him know that she was safe. However, who knew that after she left, it was as if she had disappeared without a trace. There was not the slightest bit of news about her. Moses' absent-mindedness attracted the attention of the woman in white. The woman's beautiful eyes looked at Mose with a smile. Then, she opened the box of pastries and picked up a pastry to eat. The pastry that melted in her mouth was slightly cold. She smiled slightly and said to Hui Lang, "Thank you, Hui Lang. This pastry is really delicious." As she spoke, her slender, jade-like hand picked up a pastry and handed it to Mose. "Senior, try it." Moses' gaze flickered as he looked at the pastry in front of him. He took it and took a bite. It was cold and melted in his mouth. It was very special, and the most special thing was that the shape of the pastry was very interesting. This is mung bean flavored. There seems to be mint added to it. It tastes cool and refreshing. It's very suitable to eat in hot weather. The woman in white spoke gently and tasted another pastry. Then she said to Hui Lang, "Hui Lang, these are for you to eat. I'll keep the other boxes for Lang Shuang and the others to eat." She opened the box of pastries and handed it over to him. "This." Hui Lang looked at his master. Seeing that he did not say anything, he took it. "Thank you, Miss Yun. I should be the one thanking you," the woman in white said with a smile. She looked at Xianyuan Mose and said, "Senior, let's go back. I'm afraid I'll hold you up if I'm out for too long." Xianyuan Mose nodded, then stood up. When he inadvertently looked down at the street below, he couldn't take his eyes off of the figure that inexplicably caught his attention. The woman in white and Hui Lang followed his gaze and saw a little beggar sitting diagonally across the restaurant. The woman in white didn't understand and only asked, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Hui Lang took a look and knew what was going on. It turned out that Master was thinking of the ghost doctor. That's right. The ghost doctor left for so long without any news. It would be strange if Master didn't miss her. "I'm fine. Let's go." She was currently at the Penglai Immortal Island. How could she possibly appear here? Moreover, not every little beggar was as a Jew's. Seeing that he went downstairs first, the woman in white and Hui Lang followed his footsteps. When the three of them left the restaurant, they were supposed to go to another street. However, Mose, who was walking in front, looked at the little beggar again. His footsteps also strode over. Fengjiu lowered her head and leaned against the wall behind her. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a pair of black boots walking towards her. A light flashed through her lowered eyes. This light flashed for a moment, so fast that it was unnoticeable. Clang! Chapter 2755. Master, this little beggar is overjoyed. He doesn't even know how to thank you for 1 gold coin. Hui Lang laughed at the side. Seeing that the little beggar was still staring at his master, he couldn't help but grin. This little beggar was also lucky. It was rare for his master to be so kind. If it was any other time, his master wouldn't have noticed such a little beggar. It was probably because he thought of the ghost doctor when he saw the little beggar. "Master, did you think of the ghost doctor when you saw this little beggar?" Hui Lang asked from his side. When a white-clothed woman heard this, she looked at the little beggar seriously and asked, "Does the ghost doctor look like this little beggar?" She heard that the ghost doctor was extremely beautiful. But why did senior brother think of the ghost doctor when he saw this little beggar? Could it be that these two people were similar in some way? When Hui Lang heard the white-clothed woman's words, he grinned and laughed. Seeing that the little beggar was staring blankly at his master, he said, "This little beggar's eyes are dull, like a dead fish's eyes. How could they be similar to the ghost doctor? My master was just thinking of—" "Shut up." Xin Yuan Mose frowned slightly and glanced at him. He didn't look at the little beggar sitting on the ground again. Instead, he turned around and left with a flick of his sleeves. He knew that Fengjiu wouldn't appear here, much less in this kind of disguise. He walked over unconsciously only because he remembered the first time he met Fengjiu. At that time, when he saw the little beggar sitting in the corner, when he threw down a piece of silver from his waist, the little beggar raised his head. He would never forget that pair of startled and clever eyes. And the little beggar he met today, although he was also thin and small, just as Hui Lang said, his eyes were dull and lifeless. The startled look in his eyes seemed to be because he saw the gold coin. He didn't find a trace of familiarity in that pair of eyes. Naturally, that little beggar couldn't be his Agio. Most importantly, he knew that his Agio was now on Penglai Immortal Island and couldn't appear here. Seeing the three of them walk away, the corner of Fengjiu's mouth twitched. Dead fish eyes? Hui Lang was itching for a beating. She looked at the gold coin in the broken bowl and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He actually gave her money again? But this time, he didn't recognize her. Why was that? Was it because her beggar disguise was too realistic? Their eyes met, but he couldn't recognize her. She had to admit that this made her feel a little uncomfortable. Even if she deliberately hid the look in her eyes, even if she deliberately pretended not to know him, she still hoped that he would be able to recognize her. A woman's heart was full of contradictions. She would always find trouble for herself. She sighed and picked up the gold coin in the bowl and played with it in her hand. Suddenly, she saw a few beggars surrounding her. Each of them held a stick in their hands and stared at her fiercely. Do what? She leaned lazily against the wall. Her mood was gloomy, and she didn't have the mood to pay attention to these people. "Kid, this territory is ours. Do you know that?" One of the beggars shouted and stared at the gold coin in Fengjiu's hand. Hearing this, she sneered. "This is clearly the main street. And if I remember correctly, this entire street belongs to the Yang family, right? How did the Yang family's place become your territory?" Chapter 2756. Seeing that Mose and the other two had already walked far away, Fengjiu picked up the broken bowl and tree branch and ran into the alley. When the beggars saw this, they immediately chased after him. "Stinky brat, don't run!" They shouted and chased into the alley, but they saw that the little beggar did not run anymore. Instead, he leaned against the wall and waited for them. Seeing this, the beggars coldly snorted. "Why aren't you running anymore? If you have the guts, run again." Fengjiu held the tree branch in her hand and gently patted it. Seeing the beggars walk over, she gently smiled. "If you run, how will I break your dog legs? Stinky brat!" The beggars loudly cursed and rushed forward. However, Fengjiu, who had been leaning against the wall, also moved at this time. She flashed forward and used the tree branch in her hand to strike their feet. Only the sound of bones breaking could be heard, and one of the beggars screamed and fell down. "You want to be a beggar with good hands and feet? Since you want to be a beggar, then I'll help you." Crack! Ah! The screams and the sounds of bones breaking could be heard at the same time. However, in the next moment, Fengjiu took out silver needles and stabbed them into their mute acupoints. Those beggars opened their mouths wide, but they could no longer make a sound. She put away the silver needles and held the broken bowl in one hand and the tree branch in the other. Without even looking at the beggars on the ground, she walked out, leaving behind the terrified beggars in the alley. Returning to the main street, she looked at the people coming and going on the main street. Thinking about it, she decided not to go back first. She would first find someone to ask who the white-clothed woman was. Thus, she first wandered around the city, planning to return to the Heavenly Pill building to ask Leng Hua about the situation. On the other side, Xin Yuan Mose went to the Heavenly Pill building, and Hui Lang sent the white-clothed woman back to the Feng Manor. On the way back to the Feng Manor, the white-clothed woman casually asked, "Hui Lang, why did you say that senior brother thought of the ghost doctor when he saw the little beggar? Could it be that the two of them are similar in some way?" "Hee, it's not that they look alike, it's just that." Hui Lang paused mid-sentence and said embarrassedly, "Miss Yin, I'm sorry. I can't talk too much about this matter between Master and the ghost doctor. Master doesn't like me to talk too much." Hearing this, the woman in white smiled gently. "It's all right, I shouldn't be curious." Seeing that they were about to reach the Feng Manor's gates, she said to Hui Lang, "We've reached the Manor's gates. Go back to senior brother's side. I'll go in myself." "All right then, Miss Yin, please go in and rest. I'll go back to my master's side first," Hui Lang said, then turned around and left. After the white-clothed woman watched him leave, she went up and knocked on the door. After the person inside opened the door, she entered the manor. She didn't go straight to the backyard. Instead, she asked, "Where's Leng Shuang?" "Miss Leng Shuang is in the backyard with the little master," the servant said. Hearing this, the white-clothed woman went to the backyard. When she arrived outside Leng Shuang's courtyard, she saw that Leng Shuang and Bai Qingsheng were both inside with the child, so she went in. "You're all here." She walked in with light steps and said with a smile, "Just now, senior brother took me to a restaurant to eat some food. When he heard that I wanted to eat pastries, Hui Lang went to buy some for me. He said that it was the best pastry shop in the city. In the past, the ghost doctor also liked to eat the pastries there, so I brought some back for you." Chapter 2757. She saw a well-behaved baby sleeping on the soft bed. That delicate face, that cute and innocent sleeping face, made her smile involuntarily. This child is so cute. Leng Shuang blocked her line of sight and coldly said, "Since Miss Yun is a guest, it would be best if you did not wander around the manor. After all, this is the Feng Manor. Not every place is a place where guests can go. We won't eat the pastries. Miss Yin, please go back." Bai Qingsheng also spoke up from the side. Her expression was indifferent. It was clear that she was the same as Leng Shuang. She did not have a good impression of the person living in the Feng Manor. Hearing this, the woman in white faintly smiled as if she did not care. "All right, then I will go back first." After saying this, she did not stay any longer and turned to leave. Seeing her leave, Bai Qingsheng hesitated for a moment before asking, "Leng Shuang, master still has not returned. That Miss Yin has been at the Yama Lord's side this entire time. Could something have happened?" Ever since the woman surnamed Yun had arrived, Even if they treated her coldly, she had always maintained a gentle and indifferent appearance. Although she did not have the slightest bit of a dangerous aura, she still made her feel uneasy at times. Worried that the Yama Lord will take a fancy to her, Lung Shuang asked expressionlessly. Glancing at Bai Qingcheng, he said, "The Yama Lord only has master at his eyes. Other women do not have a chance. Although she often walks around a Yama Lord, she does not dare reveal any other thoughts. As long as she has any thoughts, even if master has not returned, the Yama Lord will send her away." She did not find this woman pleasing to the eye because it was as if she was wearing a perfect mask. She was always neither warm nor angry. Even if they treated her coldly, she would always maintain a smile with an indifferent expression, thinking of how her master was not in the manor. Yet this woman did not live in the Ling manor and came to live in the Feng manor. Furthermore, she did not have the slightest awareness of being a guest. Hearing this, Bai Qingcheng finally calmed down and said, "Then I will go to the front and take a look. The young master is asleep. Bring him into the room to sleep." "Yes," Lung Shuang replied. After watching her leave, she carried the sleeping baby into the room. After placing the baby on the bed, she sat by the bed and cultivated. When a master was not at home, she was in charge of taking care of the little master. Occasionally, Lord Yin would come to visit the child, but he would leave after a short while. As for the woman with the surname Yun, she would not let her get close to the child. She walked all the way to the courtyard and returned to her room in the small courtyard. As soon as the door closed, the smile on the white-clothed woman's face disappeared. She sat at the table and poured herself a cup of tea. Her beautiful eyes were cold and sharp. Where was her original gentle and amiable appearance? On the other side, in the Heavenly Pill Building, Xin Yuan Mose was resting on a soft couch in the attic with his eyes closed. When he heard someone knocking on the door, he called out, "Come in." "Yama Lord." Lung Hua walked in. Xin Yuan Mose opened his eyes and looked at Lung Hua, asking, "Has your master sent back any news?" Lung Hua shook his head. Not yet. He did not know how many times the Yama Lord had asked, but there was still no news. Chapter 2758. Yama Lord, do not worry. Everything is normal. Lung Hua stood with his eyes downcast as he spoke in a warm voice. Go do what you need to do. If there is anything in the building that cannot be resolved, you can tell me immediately, he said in a low voice. Yes, then I will leave first, Lung Hua said. He saluted and was about to leave when he heard his voice once again. If there is any news of your master, you must tell me. Xin Yuan Mose opened his eyes and looked at him. His voice was low and his gaze was deep. This made Lung Hua unable to help but lower his head. Yes, he replied before turning to leave. Xin Yuan Mose lay there for a while. Only in the evening did he leave and head towards the Feng Manor. On the streets, he saw a child playing with a rattledrum. He had Hui Lang by it. Entering the Feng Manor, he walked towards the main hall. At the same time, he said to Hui Lang behind him, "Have Lung Shuang bring the child over." Yes, Hui Lang replied before walking towards Lung Shuang's courtyard. In the inner courtyard, the woman in white, who had heard Xin Yuan Mo's return, continued to sit and read. She did not go over to him because he had returned, nor did she want to constantly walk in front of him. This was because she knew that for someone like Xin Yuan Mo's, if she really did that sort of thing, he would be annoyed very quickly. When that time came, he would not care if she was his junior sister or not and let her stay. Lung Shuang carried the child into the hall. Hui Lang followed at his side. When they reached the front, she saluted. "Greetings, Yama Lord. Bring the child over." Xin Yuan Mose said as his gaze landed on the little thing in Lung Shuang's arms. Yes, Lung Shuang replied. He carried the child forward, handed him over, and then retreated to the side. Xin Yuan Mose took the soft child and held him carefully in his arms. He thought to himself, their child will be so small and soft in the future. Now that I have such a child to take care of, perhaps it will be much easier to take care of him in the future. Thinking of this, the corners of his lips could not help but curl up slightly, revealing a smile. Looking at the child's exquisite face, he thought that his and Aju's child would definitely be even more beautiful than this child. However, did their child look more like him? Or was she more like a Jew? Little thing, look at what this is. He took out the small rattle drum and gently spun it in his hand. The two dangling beads swayed along with the drum and fell onto the surface of the drum, producing a clear pung-pung-pung sound. The child was attracted by the sound. His pair of black eyes could not help but look at the little thing that was spinning in front of him. Suddenly, he grinned and danced with joy. The child's joy amused Xin Yuanmos. He chuckled and played with the child while asking, "Has this little thing eaten?" Replying to Yama Lord, "The little master just woke up not long ago and is about to feed him," Lung Shuang said from the side. Ask someone to send the food here. I will feed him." He didn't even raise his head as he spoke. What he didn't know was that Grey Wolf and Lung Shuang were both stunned by his words. After all, their master had never done such a thing in the past. Moreover, would a man like him know how to feed a child? However, Lung Shuang was only stunned for a moment before he responded and walked out. On the other side, as the sky gradually darkened, Feng Jiu also jumped into the heavenly pill building from the backyard. As soon as he landed, he heard a cold shout. Chapter 2759. Following the cold shout, more than a dozen people instantly surrounded her. Looking at the swords and sabers, Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment. Then, she chuckled. "You're quite vigilant. I was thinking of coming back quietly." Hearing this, more than a dozen people were stunned. They looked at the little beggar in front of them in astonishment and asked hesitantly, "Mas, Master?" "Yes, it's me," Feng Jiu said. She looked at their stunned faces with a smile and asked, "Where Du Fan and Lung Hua?" Hearing that the voice was indeed their master's, more than a dozen people immediately put away their swords and sabers and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master. Please forgive us for offending you." "It's fine." Feng Jiu waved her hand. It was good to be vigilant. One of them said, "Du Fan and Lung Hua are counting in front. I'll ask them to come over." "There's no need," Feng Jiu said. She walked forward and ordered, "Tell them that the news of my return is not to be leaked out of the heavenly pill house." More than a dozen people were stunned. They couldn't help but ask, "What about Yama Lord and the others?" "Yama Lord came over in the afternoon." Feng Jiu stopped in her tracks and said, "We'll talk about this after I see Du Fan and Lung Hua." "Yes," they replied and watched her walk forward. Then they retreated into the shadows. Du Fan and Lung Hua, who were counting in front, were also stunned when they heard the secret guard say that their master had returned. When they walked to the backyard, they saw a little beggar walk in. After looking at her, they hesitated. "Master?" Her clothes looked familiar, but her appearance seemed to be "Yes, come to the attic. I have something to ask you," Feng Jiu said. Her gaze swept across the attic. Because the door was closed, they were the only people in the attic. When the two of them heard her voice, they looked at each other and smiled. "Yes." Then they followed her to the attic. Sitting at the table in the attic, Feng Jiu poured himself a cup of tea and asked, "What's the background of the woman beside Mose? Why are you following him?" Hearing this, the two of them were slightly surprised. "Master has met. We met on the way back." She took a sip of tea and said. Hearing this, Du Fan and Lung Hua looked at each other and thought to themselves, "Looks like Master is jealous." Was that why the Yama Lord didn't know that she was back? "Go ahead." Du Fan nudged Lung Hua with his elbow. Lung Hua looked at him, then said to Feng Jiu, "Master, this woman's surname is Yun, and her name is Shuixin. She came to 100 Rivers City a month ago. At that time, she came directly to the Heavenly Pill building to find the Yama Lord. She said that she was the Yama Lord's junior sister. At that time, I heard Huilang mention that Yun Shuixin took a letter from the Yama Lord's master and gave it to the Yama Lord. She said that she asked him to take care of her. The Yama Lord originally wanted her to live in the Ling residence, but she said that she heard about the Feng residence on the way here. She said that the Feng residence was more lively, so she wanted to live in the Feng residence. The Yama Lord allowed her to do as she pleased. Now, she is living in our residence. After that, I asked me to investigate her background, but I couldn't find any information about her. Thus, We deduced that she was either a member of a hidden family or someone from overseas. However, Yin Shuexin never mentioned where she came from. Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded. So it's like that. Chapter 2760. You can't even find out the background of the person who moved into our house. Your intelligence is not good enough. She tapped her hand lightly on the table, making a knocking sound. Her clear eyes fell on the two of them. Master, please forgive us. The two of them lowered their heads slightly. We will continue to investigate. We will definitely find out where she came from. With that, Lung Hua paused for a moment and said, Master, the Yama Lord came over this afternoon. He asked if you had sent any news back. He also said that if there was any news about you, we must inform him immediately. There's no hurry. I will deal with this matter. Just do what you usually do. Pretend that I never came back. Feng Jiu said, then added, I came back this time because I don't want anyone to know that the person who attacked me is still watching me. If those people know that I'm back, they will probably follow me. Hearing this, the two of them were slightly startled. So, Master doesn't plan to reveal your identity and return to the residence? If she revealed her identity and returned to the residence, there were many people in the residence. Furthermore, there was Yun Shuexin, whose background was unknown. Wouldn't the news of her return spread easily? However, if she didn't reveal her identity, then what identity would she use to return to the residence? I originally wanted to come back quietly for a while, but now there's Yun Shuexin in the residence. It seems that I have to make another plan. Let me think about what to do. She sighed softly with a helpless expression. Seeing this, the two of them smiled. Du Fan asked, Master, how did you come back so quickly? We thought that would take you half a year to go back and forth. The journey from here to here and back, as well as the time spent waiting there, would probably take about half a year. However, I have the teleportation scroll that the old man gave me, so I can go back and forth freely. That saved me a lot of time. She rested her cheek on her hand as she spoke. Master, what is Penglai Immortal Island like? Are the people there strong? Did you go up the immortal ladder? Lung Hua asked curiously. It's also just 2 eyes and 1 mouth. As for strength, most of them didn't increase their strength step by step. So, generally speaking, their strength seems to be higher than here, but if they really fight, then it's hard to say. She spoke softly and paused for a moment before continuing. As for the Immortal Ascension stairs, there's nothing much to climb. I've already climbed it and reached the top. I was just 1 step away from stepping through that door and never coming back. Hearing this, their eyes flickered. Door? There's a door above the staircase? There is. It was a different world, but I didn't see it clearly. When I went up, there were a few old monsters on the other side of the door. They saw that I was a woman and told me to go over there. At this point, Feng Jiu laughed. Fortunately, I didn't go there. I don't know when I'll come back. The two of them were surprised. They knew that there were all kinds of strange things in the great wide world, but they did not know that there was a door in the sky that led to another world at the top of the celestial path. Master, if you can go to such a place, why don't you go? Maybe if you go there, those people won't be able to find you. Du Fan couldn't help but say. She had wasted such an opportunity. Chapter 2761. She absent-mindedly played with the cup in front of her and continued. Moreover, that Tianji elder only wanted me to take a trip to the stairway to heaven. I reckon that he did not think that I would be able to pass through that door. Also, I feel that the most important thing for this trip is not the other door that will be opened on the stairway to heaven, but rather the rewards of this trip. Speaking to this point, she curled her lips into a smile. All right, don't think too much about it. Go do what you need to do. She waved her hand, indicating for the two to leave first. Yes, the two replied. After saluting, they left. Feng Jiu sat in the pavilion for a while and looked at the sky. Only then did she get up and leave. Using the cover of the night, she quietly entered the Feng Manor. The manor was heavily guarded. Not long after she climbed over the wall, she saw a hidden guard come out. Just as he was about to shout something, she gestured for him to be quiet. It's me, she said. Seeing the shocked expression on the hidden guard's face, she smiled. Don't alarm anyone else. Yes, master. Hearing her voice, the hidden guard quietly left. At the same time, he gave the other hidden guards some orders. Thus, Fengjiu avoided the servants of the manor, but she did not avoid the hidden guards as she walked towards the Long Shuang's courtyard. She planned to go see the child first. The hidden guard watched her enter the Long Shuang's courtyard and could not help but quietly mutter, "Why does Master like to dress like a beggar so much? Look, even her appearance has changed. If it wasn't for her voice and mannerisms, I really wouldn't have recognized her. Does Master need to tell us what she does? She must have her reasons for doing this." Another hidden guard said, "But why did Master come back so quickly? Looking at Master's appearance, she should have quietly returned. I wonder if the people from the Heavenly Pill building know? If Master did not say, then don't ask. Master said not to make a fuss. Aside from us hidden guards, whether or not anyone else knows is not something we should care about. If Master wants them to know, then they will naturally know." In the courtyard, the door to a room was pushed open. Lung Shuang, who was cultivating, immediately opened his eyes. "Who is it?" "It's me," Fengjiu said and walked in. Lung Shuang was also stunned when he saw his master dressed like a beggar. "Master, you're back. I just entered the city today. I went to the Heavenly Pill building and walked around before coming here." Fengjiu walked forward and looked at the child, sleeping soundly on the bed. He smiled and said, "The little guy seems to have gained weight recently." She reached out to pick up the child, but when she saw how dirty she was, she retracted her hand. "Master, I'll have someone prepare some water for you to bathe in." Lung Shuang said, "I'll bathe here. Don't let the people in the mansion know that I'm back, especially the guest in the western courtyard," Fengjiu said as he stretched and looked at Lung Shuang's room. Hearing his master's words, Lung Shuang's expression changed slightly, and a smile flashed across his eyes. He immediately replied, "Yes." She went out first and instructed the servants to prepare her hands for the bath. Then, she asked them to bring some food over. The servants quickly brought some porridge and side dishes. When they were about to enter the room, Lung Shuang came out and said, "Let me do it." Lung Shuang said. After taking the things, she asked the maidservant to leave first. She then carried the things into the room. Chapter 2762. After the bath water was ready, Fengjiu went to take a bath in the cubicle. Not long after, she changed into a red dress and wiped the water stains on her hair. She took a green hairpin and tied up a strand of hair. The rest was casually let down behind her. The simple makeup made her look casual and lazy. "Master, the little master is awake," Lung Shuang said as he stood by the bed and looked at the little fellow who had woken up and was rolling on the bed. "He's awake. Let me hold him," Fengjiu said as she came to the bed in the inner room. She looked at the little fellow who was kicking his feet and waving his little hands on the bed. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the rattle drum at the head of the bed and couldn't help but smile. "You bought it for him?" "No, the Yama Lord bought it for the little master when he came back today," Lung Shuang said, then said, "When the Yama Lord came back, he asked me to carry the little master to the hall. He held the little master and played in the hall for a while, then fed the little master some food. He didn't let me carry him back until the little master fell asleep." Fengjiu was slightly surprised when she heard this. She asked with a smile, "He knows how to play with children? He actually bought a rattle drum for little Hauer?" "Master, the Yama Lord treats the little master very well," Lung Shuang said. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. She played with the little fellow on the bed and said, "This is our first child after all. How can not be good? Little Hauer, don't you think so?" He at the child danced and giggled. His chubby little face smiled, and his eyes curved into crescent moons. That little appearance was very adorable. Fengjiu couldn't help but lean forward and kiss his white and tender little face. Come, let mother give you a kiss," she said with a smile. She picked up the child and kissed him heavily on the cheek. With a pop, the little guy was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly burst into tears. Fengjiu was startled. She looked at the little guy who had suddenly burst into tears and couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, she recovered and said with amusement, "Little thing, I'm your mother. What's wrong with your mother kissing you? Was it too much? You actually despise it? Are you still going to cry for me to see?" The child's cries were extremely loud, especially in the darkness of the night. Even the other courtyards could faintly hear it. Xianyuan Mose, who was handling affairs in the study, paused for a moment when he heard the child's cries. He put down the things in his hands, got up and walked out. Master, Hui Lang, who was guarding outside the door, greeted him. Tell the kitchen to prepare some food for Hao. I'll go see if he's hungry. Xianyuan Mose said as he walked out. At the same time, Yun Shuixin, who had heard the child's cries, also went out. She went to the kitchen first and personally brought a bowl of rice paste to the Long Shuang's courtyard. On the way, she met Xianyuan Mose. She smiled and called out, "Senior." Xianyuan Mose stopped and glanced at her. His gaze fell on the things in her hands. Seeing his gaze, Yun Shuixin said, "I heard the child crying. I thought he might be hungry, so I went to the kitchen to bring a bowl of rice paste to the Long Shuang and let her feed the child. The servants will do these things. You don't have to do this," Xianyuan Mose said. Chapter 2763. As she spoke, she curtsied slightly. "Senior brother, I'll go first." As she spoke, she did not wait for him. Instead, she went to Lung Shuang's courtyard. When Xianyuan Mose saw this, he also strode forward. In Lung Shuang's courtyard, the little fellow had stopped crying. Feng Jiu had picked him up and was playing with him with a rattledrum. She saw the little thing blinking its black eyes at her. Those eyes were still filled with tears, and its watery appearance made it look like a little deer looking at her. Seeing this, her heart softened. "You're not crying anymore? You can't be so petty." She gently pinched his nose and said, "Other girls can't kiss randomly, but mother can kiss you. Do you understand?" Yet the little fellow opened his small mouth and called out, "Ah." Suddenly, he began to giggle, making Feng Jiu smile as well. However, not long after, the smile on her face disappeared and she looked outside. "Master, what's wrong?" Lung Shuang asked. "Someone is here," Feng Jiu said. "Go out and send them away." She sat by the bed with the child in her arms. "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and walked out, closing the door on his way out. When she came outside, she saw a white figure walk in. "I heard the child crying. I thought he might be hungry, so I brought a bowl of rice paste over." As Yun Shuixin spoke, she looked at the tightly shut door behind Lung Shuang and asked, "Is the child in the room?" "I just fed the little master." "Miss Yin, please take back the rice paste," Lung Shuang said. He looked at the person behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. The Yama Lord was also here? Master was still in the room. Would the Yama Lord notice? Master said to send people away. Among them, did the Yama Lord include? "Where's the child?" Xianyuan Mose asked. When he heard no movement in the room, Lung Shuang said, "He's in the room. He just fell asleep." When Xianyuan Mose heard this, he looked at Yun Shuixin and said, "Since he's asleep, you can go back first." "Okay, senior brother. I'll take my leave first," she said softly. After bowing slightly, she walked out. After she left, Xianyuan Mose wanted to go into the room to take a look. However, he heard Lung Shuang's voice, and he stopped in his tracks. "Yama Lord, it's getting late. I'm going to accompany the little master." When he heard this, Xianyuan Mose turned around and glanced at her. He saw that her expression was normal, but she was looking down at the floor with a respectful expression. Thinking that it was indeed getting late, he said, "That's fine too. Let him sleep. If he's hungry, have the kitchen send some food over." He said this and glanced at the tightly shut door. Only then did he walk out with his hands behind his back. However, just as he was about to leave the courtyard, he suddenly heard the sound of the child giggling. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He turned around to look at the room, then at Lung Shuang. When he saw that she was also looking at him, he instinctively reacted in that instant, and his heart skipped a beat. Lung Shuang was nervous? Why was she nervous? Could it be that aside from the child, there was someone else in the room? In the Feng manor, who would be able to sneak in like this? And Lung Shuang was still protecting her? In an instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. His footsteps, which had originally been heading out, now followed him into the courtyard. Chapter 2764. Is the child alone inside? Xianyuan Mose asked. He didn't stop walking. Instead, he walked past Lung Shuang and headed for the closed door. Lung Shuang followed behind him without saying a word. She watched anxiously as he pushed the door open. When he stepped in, she couldn't help but walk in as well. She thought she would see her master, but she didn't expect to see only her little master rolling around on the bed and playing with a rattledrum in his hand. She couldn't help but sigh in relief when she didn't see her master, but she was also a little surprised. Wasn't her master going to see the Yama Lord? Why was he hiding? Where could her master hide in a place like this? She gathered her thoughts and took a deep breath. Then, she stepped forward and asked, "Yama Lord, what's wrong?" Xinyuan Mose looked at the little guy playing on the bed. He didn't see anyone else in the room. His eyes swept across the room and landed on Long Shuang. "Your master is back." Long Shuang looked up in surprise. "Master is back? The Yama Lord found out?" She looked at him and suppressed the guilt in her heart. She said, "I don't know." Xinyuan Mose paused for a moment. Then he walked out. "Take good care of the child." Long Shuang saw him out. After watching him leave the courtyard, she sighed and walked back into the room. However, when she saw her master sitting by the bed in the room, she couldn't help but be surprised. She asked, "Master, don't you want the Yama Lord to know that you're back?" "I just don't want Yin Shuoxin to know that I'm back." Fengjiu sat by the bed and played with the child. He said, "That woman doesn't look easy. I still don't know where she came from. She's already living in my house." Hearing this, Lung Shuang couldn't help but smile. "The Yama Lord misses our master." Fengjiu chuckled. "I know. I miss him too. That's why I came back secretly. In fact, I'm worried that I'll attract the attention of those people and implicate you." She sighed. "With my current strength, I'm not afraid of them. However, if you go against them, you'll definitely lose." "Master, don't worry. We've improved our strength during this time." Long Shuang looked at her and said, "Moreover, whether it is the heavenly Dan building or the mansion, we have strengthened our vigilance. Master need not be too worried. You should rest first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook something for him." Fengjiu said. She got up and walked out, preparing to go to the kitchen to cook something for him. After Long Shuang sent her out of the courtyard, he returned to his room. There weren't many servants in the Feng Manor, and they were all trained. They couldn't be compared to ordinary people. When they saw Fengjiu appear, they all bowed and left. After Fengjiu left, the hidden guards in the dark came out and told them to keep their mouths shut and not mention their master's return. Even if someone asked, they couldn't say anything. Therefore, when they went to the kitchen, they didn't attract the attention of Xianyuan Mose's courtyard. In the side room, Fengjiu personally cooked 2 bowls of noodles. She added eggs, vegetables, meat, and other things and covered them with something. Only then did she carry the 2 bowls of noodles to her courtyard, because she knew that when she wasn't in the manor, Mose had been living in her courtyard. Chapter 2765. As Fengjiu spoke, she thought for a moment and said, "Seal his spiritual aura and find someone to secretly watch him." The hidden guard was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then responded, "Yes." Immediately after, a few people went into the courtyard. Not long after, there was a muffled groan and Hui Lang was carried out in a cloth bag. When Yingyi followed behind and saw that it was Fengjiu, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He immediately went forward and bowed. "Ghost Doctor." He looked at Hui Lang, who was being carried out, and thought to himself, could it be that one did Hui Lang offend the Ghost Doctor again? Fengjiu responded and walked inside, saying, "Don't let that person in the west courtyard know that I'm back." He looked up when he heard this and saw that she had already entered the courtyard with something. That person in the west courtyard? Was she referring to Yin Shuoxin? The Ghost Doctor, when did she come back? She actually knew that someone was living in the west courtyard? Fengjiu entered the courtyard and saw that the lights were on in the room. She pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Imo Zhe sitting at the table, pretending to read a book. When he heard the door open, he didn't look up and only flipped through the book and looked at the next page. Seeing this, she pursed her lips and smiled. "I haven't seen you reading in a long time. I didn't think that you'd be practicing this trick again." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose froze. He looked at the book in his hand, then put it down and pushed it to the side. He looked at the person who walked in with something. "Didn't you want to hide? Why did you come to my place again?" His voice was low and magnetic. If you listened carefully, you could hear a hint of bitterness in his voice. Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. "It's not like I'm hiding from you on purpose. I just thought that I haven't cooked in a long time and wanted to go to the kitchen to make you a bowl of noodles before coming back. As she spoke, she walked over with 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table. She placed a bowl in front of him. Try it. It's specially made. Xianyuan Mose looked at her and asked, That beggar today was you? Because I didn't recognize you, you don't recognize me? Are you planning to hide from me? Feng Jiu heard this and laughed. How is that possible? I'm not hiding from you. I'm here now, aren't I? Moreover, I didn't do anything wrong. Why would I hide from you? Seeing that he kept staring at her, as if he didn't give her a good explanation, she didn't want to eat. She sighed helplessly. She sat properly and sat sitting. She said, Actually, I came back today. I came back today. I only came back today. I used the Aurora teleportation scroll that the old man gave me to come back. However, I was worried that those people would know that I was back. They would target me and implicate you, so I had to sneak back. As she spoke, she saw his gloomy face relax. She then continued, I also missed you, so I wanted to come back to see you. But who knew that when I came back, I saw you sitting in a restaurant with a woman. When you saw me, you didn't recognize me. For a moment, I was a little jealous, so I wanted to figure out the woman's background before coming back. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's expression relaxed. He looked at her and sighed helplessly. Even if you were jealous, you can't hide from me. Don't you know that I've been waiting for you to come back? Chapter 2766. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He asked, Did those people chase after you along the way? How was your journey to Penglai Immortal Island? Why didn't you send any news back? I did. They chased me all the way to Penglai Immortal Island. Those people aren't easy to deal with, but it won't be that easy for them to deal with me. I just didn't want you to worry, so I didn't send any news. Your strength has increased. Xianyuan Mose looked at her and asked. He felt that her aura was very different. She must have entered the heavenly god realm. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I think I'm already a heavenly god realm cultivator. Whether it's my strength or my state of mind, both have increased. Moreover, I unexpectedly obtained the Golden Lotus. Could it be that Tianji Elder wanted me to go to Penglai Immortal Island for the Golden Lotus? Did you go up the Immortal Ascension stairs? I went up, but I didn't go over. I heard that it's a door to another world. After I went up, I came back down. That's why I obtained the Golden Lotus there, and my strength increased. After shaking off those people who were following me, I secretly came back. As she spoke, she smiled. Speaking of which, I still need to ask Mo-chan about the Golden Lotus. As she spoke, she took out a lotus seed from her space. I broke through after eating this lotus seed. This lotus seed is very effective. Try one and see. I just entered the heavenly god realm overseas not long ago. It's not suitable for me to break through now. Xianyuan Mose said and pushed it back. Keep it. Seeing this, Feng Jiu used a small bottle to keep the lotus seed and passed it to him. Keep it then. You can use it in the future. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose kept the lotus seed. He looked at the noodles in front of him and said, Eat it. Don't let it get cold. As he spoke, he picked up the eggs and meat on the bowl and gave them to Feng Jiu. Eat more. Feng Jiu looked at the bowl full of meat and couldn't help but be stunned. He said, I also have some. Eat more. You've lost weight. Xianyuan Mose said as he gave Feng Jiu all the meat in his bowl. Then this egg is for you. She gave him the egg and said, All right, don't take any more. Hurry up and eat. I still have something to tell you later. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose also started eating. It was an ordinary bowl of noodles, but he felt that it was the most delicious thing he had eaten in a while. This was not only because this bowl of noodles was made by her, but also because she was by his side. After the couple finished eating, they pushed their bowls to the side. Xianyuan Mose looked at her and asked, What do you want to say? Actually, it's like this. I have an idea that I want to tell you. As she spoke, she looked at him and said, Those people want the green lotus in my body, but they've always been in the dark. Meanwhile, we're in the open. Even now, we still don't know who the mastermind is. So I want to find an opportunity to blend in with them. This way, it'll be easier to investigate and eliminate. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. No. Xianyuan Mose frowned and looked at her. This is too dangerous. I don't agree. Seeing this, Fengjiu said, "But if we don't do this, it'll be more dangerous if we leave them alone." Chapter 2767. Hearing this, Fengjiu said helplessly, "Even so, if we don't find out who is behind this, we won't be at ease. Then you plan to stay here quietly? Don't talk about me. What's the matter with your junior sister? How long is she going to stay here?" Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and asked, her eyes falling on him. "She didn't say, and I didn't ask," Xinyuan Mo said. She crossed her arms and took a step back, saying, "Where did your junior sister come from? Where's her family? Is she engaged? What's she doing here? Don't you think you should explain to me?" "Her family is overseas. When I went overseas with my master, I visited her family. As for whether she is engaged or not, I don't know. She just said that she wanted to come here to see, and then asked me to take care of her. That's why she is staying here." Seeing her jealous look, Xinyuan Mo's eyes flashed with a smile. "Don't worry. She is a person who knows her limits." "Is that so?" Fengjiu looked at him meaningfully. Originally, she didn't want to let Yin Xuexin know about her return. But now, as the master of the house, if she kept hiding, wouldn't she seem worse than a guest? She wanted to see if Yin Xuexin was really a person who knew her limits, as Mo said. Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Xinyuan Mo couldn't help but say, "She is my junior sister, and also a guest. Don't mess around with her." Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him and said in a sour tone, "You're worried? I didn't know you knew how to protect flowers." Xinyuan Mo smiled helplessly. "Don't think too much. I promised to take care of her." Of course, he knew that if she targeted someone, no one would have a good life. But Yin Xuexin was not just anyone, and he couldn't let her do whatever she wanted. Fengjiu smiled and stood up. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Ing Yi's voice from the courtyard outside. "Master." In the room, Xinyuan Mo glanced outside and said, "Come in." Ing Yi pushed the door open and came in with something in his hand. When he saw Fengjiu also looking at him, he hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and putting down the thing. "Miss Yin sent someone to send pastries over." Xinyuan Mo looked at the small plate of pastries on the table and said to Fengjiu, "These are pastries from your favorite pastry shop. Have a taste." He reached out and pushed the plate in front of Fengjiu. Fengjiu patted her dress and said, "I just ate noodles, so I can't eat the snacks. Why don't you eat them yourself? I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Xinyuan Mo grabbed her hand. He frowned and looked at her. "It's so late, and you just came back. Where are you going? Is there something you can't deal with tomorrow? It's too ostentatious tomorrow. It's easier to deal with things when the night is dark and the wind is strong." She turned around and shook off his hand. "You rest first. Don't wait for me." With that, she walked out. Watching her figure leave the room and disappear from sight, Xinyuan Mo's brows didn't loosen. His face was slightly gloomy, and he seemed to be somewhat unhappy. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive. Ing Yi, who was standing by the door, didn't dare to breathe. Just as he was about to leave, he heard his master's cold voice. Chapter 2768. Ing Yi lowered his head slightly and went forward. He took the pastries and the 2 bowls on the table and quietly left the room. After he closed the door for his master, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't send the pastries at the right time. No, it should be that Yin Xuexin sent the pastries at the wrong time. However, why did it seem like these 2 ancestors were quarreling? The atmosphere inside was so tense that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this time, he couldn't help but be curious. Where did Hui Lang go with the ghost doctor's people? If he was here, the person who sent the pastries and walked in front of his master and the ghost doctor wouldn't be him. In the guest room of the west courtyard, Yin Xuexin, who was dressed in white, sat at the table and fiddled with the wick of the lamp. She watched the sparks fly and watched the lights light up, making the room clearer. She couldn't help but smile. Her expression was indescribable, and no one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Fengjiu went to Naylan Ruochen's house after leaving the foam manor. She climbed over the wall and avoided the people in the manor and came to his courtyard. After passing through the array, he sat outside, and entering the courtyard, she didn't see anyone. but seeing the light in the room, she asked, "Are you asleep?" Nalan Imo-chun was surprised when he heard Fungio's voice. He put down the book in his hand and walked out. When he saw her in red, sitting at the table in the courtyard drinking wine, he walked over. "When did you come back?" "Today." She took out another cup and poured him a cup. "Why did you come here to drink?" He looked at her and asked, "Are you in a bad mood?" Fungio glanced at him. "Who said I'm in a bad mood? Can't I come and drink with you?" She picked up the cup and drank it. She drank the wine in the cup in one gulp and poured it again. "I want to ask, why did your master ask me to go to the immortal ladder?" She drank the wine and said, "I stayed there for a few months, but it didn't seem to be anything special. You've entered the heavenly god realm." Nalan Imo-chun looked at her and said gently, "How can you say that it's nothing special? From what I can see, the aura on your body is very different from before. It is likely that not only has your strength increased, but your mental state has also improved." "You're right. I don't know about other things, but my strength did increase. Now, I'm already a heavenly god. I thought I'd be stuck at the immortal emperor realm for a long time, but I didn't expect that after eating a lotus seed, my strength would increase explosively. In the end, I even broke through and became a heavenly god." She swirled the wine in her cup and said, "Speaking of which, other than luring away those people who want the ancient green lotus in my body, my strength has also increased. Moreover, I have also obtained a pool of golden lotus there. I have even climbed up that mysterious stairway of immortality." Her voice carried a bit of carelessness, without any fluctuations, as if she was talking about someone else's matter. He raised his head and drank the wine before continuing to pour. "It's just that the higher your cultivation, the more boring it is to stand at the top. Did you know? On the stairway of immortality, I saw many cultivators trying to climb it. They tried to reach the top of the stairway of immortality, but in the end, they either came down on their own accord or were pushed down by the pressure from above. The lighter ones were severely injured, and the heavier ones were crippled." Chapter 2769. As he listened to her talk and watched her drink cup after cup of wine, his heart skipped a beat. He lowered his voice and asked, "Then why didn't you enter when you were at the door? I heard Master say that place is another world. In that world, there are cultivators who are at least at the divine realm." "That's right. That open door leads to that new world. There are indeed stronger cultivators there. Perhaps it's more suitable for cultivators to live there." She spoke unhurriedly and poured herself another cup of wine. After finishing the wine in the cup, she slammed the cup on the table and looked at Imo-chun. "But so what? My family and friends, the people I love, and the people I care about are all here. Tell me, what's the point of going there alone? Do you really want me to break all 6 of my spiritual roots and be all alone?" Hearing this, Imo-chun's eyes flashed. He lowered his gaze and took a sip of wine from the cup in front of him. He didn't say anything and just listened quietly to Fungio until she suddenly stopped talking and looked at him. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Imo-chun was stunned and smiled gently. "I'm listening. Are you done? Do you feel better now that you've said it?" Fungio glanced at him and didn't say anything. "Is it because of the woman with the surname Yin living in your residence? Is that why you're in a bad mood?" Imo-chun asked with a smile. He looked at her and said, "This isn't like you. It's also not like you. I'm not in a bad mood because of that woman." Fungio said. When she was about to pour more wine, Imo-chun stopped her. "That's enough. Don't drink anymore. It's not good for your health." He looked at her and asked, "If it's not because of that woman, then did Imo-ze annoy you? What did he do to annoy you?" Fungio was silent for a while and said, "He didn't really annoy me. It's just that I'm not in a good mood." She secretly came back because she missed him. She wanted to see the person in her heart. However, she didn't think that when she saw him, he would be with a woman. Although that woman was his junior sister, he had never been so close to any other woman before. Another reason was that even though the two of them had clearly met, he couldn't recognize her. After returning to the estate, he spoke a lot to protect that woman, as if he was afraid that she would do something to that woman. This caused her originally joyous mood to become inexplicably downcast. She was a little unhappy, but the two of them didn't even quarrel. This kind of sulking was also hard to say. Emo-chan smiled and looked at her and said in a warm voice, I've been to the Feng residence a few times recently. I've also seen that woman with the surname Yin twice. Aside from her outstanding appearance and bearing, she's not a stupid person. Otherwise, Emo-ze wouldn't have let her stay in the Feng residence. I feel that it's impossible for her to not be interested in Emo-ze. She just hit it very well. Emo-ze didn't notice. Perhaps he treated her differently from others from the beginning. However, you don't need to worry. As I see it, Emo-ze only has you in his heart. Even if he treats that woman with the surname Yin differently, it should only be because she's his junior sister. Fengjiu glared and unhappily said, Is there anyone who comforts someone like you? Chapter 2770. I haven't even exchanged blows with her yet. How can I let her leave my residence just like that? Fengjiu snorted softly. She didn't come back today. We only met briefly, but I heard that she's very comfortable in my residence. She toyed with the wine cup in her hand and said, I came back secretly because I didn't want to alert those people who have their eyes on the green lotus. But it seems like they'll come knocking on my door soon. With your strength as an enlightened god, you don't have to be afraid of them. Naturally, you don't have to come back secretly. He paused and looked at her. You're worried about implicating the people around you, aren't you? Fengjiu didn't say anything. It was a silent agreement. Actually, the people around you are also very strong. You don't have to worry too much. He paused and looked at her, then said, You just came back today, so you probably didn't have a good rest. Don't drink anymore. Go back quickly. Fengjiu glared at him. You want to chase me away? I didn't come here to drink alone. After saying that, she took out a lotus seed from the space and said, I found a golden lotus seed like this in the Penglai Immortal Island. I also ate this lotus seed to make a breakthrough. Do you think this is the ancient golden lotus? Anyway, she couldn't tell. However, when she ate the green lotus seed, it looked similar. That wasn't it. It seemed to be different from ordinary lotus seeds. Emo-chan glanced at it and shook his head. This isn't the ancient golden lotus. However, there's a trace of its aura on this lotus seed. I think it's related. The aura of the ancient golden lotus? She looked at Emo-chan in surprise. Why can't I feel it? Hearing this, Emo-chan smiled slightly. He didn't elaborate and only said gently, You should go back. Emo-ze is probably still waiting for you. Fengjiu stood up and looked around the courtyard, saying, Don't you have a room here? I'll sleep here tonight and won't go back. As she spoke, she walked toward the side room in the basement. After entering, she slammed the door shut. Emo-chan was slightly taken aback. He stared at the closed door for a long while before regaining his senses. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. Looking at the lotus seed in his hand, he called out, You haven't taken your lotus seed yet. That's for you. Fengjiu's voice came from the room. Hearing this, Emo-chan paused, looked at the lotus seed in his hand, and then said, Thank you, but I don't have a gift in return. Hearing no sound from the room, he stood up with a smile, took the lotus seed, and walked towards his room. After closing the door, he looked at the lotus seed in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. In the end, he took out an exquisite brocade pouch and put the lotus seed in it, then tied it to his waist. In the Feng manner, Xinyuan Mose waited for a whole night without sleeping, but Fengjiu didn't return. He walked outside and walked towards the main door with his hand behind his back. However, when he passed by the pavilion near the fake mountain, he saw Yun Shueishin sitting there eating breakfast. Senior brother, why are you up so early today? Yun Shueishin looked surprised to see him. I'm preparing to go out for a walk, Xinyuan Mose said, and walked outside. Senior brother, wait. Yun Shueishin called out. She picked up the fruit on the table and quickly walked forward to give it to him. It's so early. Senior brother must not have eaten yet, right? I only have a bowl of porridge, so I won't give it to senior brother. Senior brother, have some fruit. Chapter 2771. Yun Shueishin followed his gaze and saw a red figure walking towards them. She turned around to look carefully and saw that it was a woman wearing a dazzling red dress. The red dress was dazzling and flamboyant, and the belt wrapped around her slender waist. There was a 7-colored glass feather hanging from her waist. As she walked, the 7-colored glass feather swayed gently, looking very beautiful. When she looked up, her gaze landed on the woman's face. When she saw her face, even though she was already extremely beautiful, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. This woman in red could really be called a stunner. Her black hair was simply coiled up with a jasper hairpin, and the rest naturally fell behind her back, reaching her waist. She had never seen anyone with such a temperament in a red dress. When ordinary people wore red, they would more or less have a trace of gaudy color. However, this woman wore red with a different and refined temperament. Originally, he thought that she would give people a feeling of beauty. However, because of the pair of clear and bottomless eyes under this red-clothed woman's willowy eyebrows, her entire temperament was far from being beautiful. Instead, a kind of cold and elegant aura appeared. Her exquisite and beautiful facial features, set off by her red clothes, gave off a cold yet not glamorous, bewitching yet extraordinary feeling. Her eyes were deep and bottomless, but the corners of her lips carried a lazy smile that was neither a smile nor a smile. As she slowly walked over, her footsteps were light and casual. However, it gave off a noble and otherworldly aura, as well as an intimidating aura of a superior. This must be the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Indeed, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. This must be Miss Yun. Fengjiu walked over, and his gaze fell on Yun Shuexin as he sized her up. He smiled and said, "I heard that a beautiful guest has come to the residence. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Yun Shuexin smiled gently and looked at Fengjiu, saying, "No matter how dazzling Shuexin is, it can't even compare to half an inch of the ghost doctor." As she spoke, she slightly bent her knees and bowed. "Please take care of me in the future, ghost doctor." "Miss Yun's words are too serious," Fengjiu said, looking at her, and said, "Those who come are guests. As the host, I naturally have to treat them with respect. I heard Senior Brother say that the ghost doctor went on a long trip, so you must have just returned. You must have a lot to say to Senior Brother, so I won't disturb the two of you." She smiled and left first. After she left, Fengjiu walked inside, but after a few steps, his hand was grabbed by Mo's. "Are you still angry?" Fengjiu looked back at him and asked, "Did you offend me? Why would I be angry?" "Then I'll accompany you for breakfast." Mo said, "I ate when I came back." Fengjiu said, breaking free from his hand and walking inside. Xinyuan Mose saw this and followed, but who knew that when Fengjiu returned to the courtyard, he would close the door. Even if he wanted to go in, he couldn't. Seeing this, he sat at the table in the courtyard and looked at the closed door. He couldn't help but feel that a woman's heart was really like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Sometimes, just because of a word, she could sulk. He didn't say anything to her, but just told her not to touch Yun Shuexin, and she could sulk and ignore him. Suddenly, he felt that something was missing beside him. He called, "Master." He walked out from the shadows. Chapter 2772. Xinyuan Mose asked, as if he hadn't seen Hui Lang since last night. Last night, Fengjiu had returned, and she had left in a fit of anger, so he didn't pay attention to whether Hui Lang was here or not. Now that he sat down, he realized that Hui Lang, who had often appeared in front of him and talked nonstop, seemed to have disappeared. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, then said, "Last night, when the ghost doctor came, she had the shadow guards knock him out and carry him out. She said that he would be thrown into the city to be a beggar for a few days." Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose was slightly startled. After thinking carefully, he remembered that when they met Fengjiu yesterday, Hui Lang seemed to be very talkative. Thus, he nodded. "Understood, you can leave." "Yes," he responded and then retreated. In the city, Hui Lang, who had been beaten black and blue, had his spiritual energy sealed. His clothes were tattered, and he sat in the corner of the street with a long face. He didn't know what had happened. After being knocked unconscious, he woke up as a beggar here, and his spiritual aura was sealed. He originally wanted to run back, but who knew that there was someone watching him in the dark, saying something about letting him be a beggar here for a few days to satisfy his cravings. What was so satisfying about being a beggar? He didn't want to be a beggar, being dirty all day and being looked at with disdain. However, everything he had on him had been confiscated. He had no money, and there was nothing to eat. It had only been half a day, but his stomach was already growling. Look at this beggar. A tall and strong beggar who has good hands and legs is a beggar here. How shameless. A woman passing by looked at Hui Lang with disdain and scolded him. Another woman who was walking with the woman said, "Nowadays, there are many people who have good hands and legs but don't work. They can only be beggars. This kind of person shouldn't be given alms." That's right. As Hui Lang listened, he lowered his head and covered his face with his hands, as if he was afraid of being recognized by someone familiar. After the two women walked away, he muttered to himself, "It's not like I want to be a beggar. I have no choice." The shadow guards hiding in the shadows couldn't help but grin silently. When they heard that their master was going to make Hui Lang a beggar for a few days, they were very excited. Some of them even took the opportunity to beat Hui Lang up. Now that they saw him squatting here in his tattered beggar clothes, they were very curious. How exactly did Hui Lang provoke their master? "Sai, I'm starving." His stomach growled. Hui Lang couldn't help but stand up and walk along the street with a broken bowl. He came to a stall selling steaming buns. Staring at the steaming buns, he licked his lips and swallowed. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the vendor run out with a broom. "Stinky beggar, are you trying to interfere with my business? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I won't be polite to you." The vendor waved the broom in his hand and threatened. He stared fiercely at the stinky and dirty Hui Lang. Hui Lang's mouth was still open. He hadn't said anything yet. Being chased away, he couldn't help but be unwilling to give up. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Boss, I'm hungry. How about this? Give me a few meat buns first, and I'll give you the money in a few days. Double. How about double?" Chapter 2773. Ouch! Hui Lang's head was hit by the broom. He hugged his head and shouted, "Isn't it just a few steamed buns? I wouldn't eat them if it was any other day. You call yourself a master? Get out of my way." The peddler waved his broom and chased him away. Then he came back and scolded, "A beggar pretending to be a master? If you're a master, then I'm your grandfather." Gray Wolf glared at him. You wait for me." It was true that when a tiger fell to the plains, he would be bullied by dogs. A hawker actually dared to bully him? Hui Lang took the broken bowl and left. However, no one gave him anything as he walked down the street. He didn't eat anything for the whole day. He was so hungry that he didn't have the strength to walk. If his spiritual power wasn't sealed, it would be fine. However, with his spiritual power sealed, the hunger in his body grew stronger. In the end, he could only return to the corner of the street and sit down. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, he sighed. It's not easy to be a beggar these days. In the evening, Feng Jiu came out of her room and saw Xin Yuan Mose sitting in the courtyard. She looked at him and asked, "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose smiled. "All right." Feng Jiu walked out. Xin Yuan Mose saw this and reached out to take her hand. When he saw her look at him, he smiled and said, "Let me hold your hand." He held her hand tightly and walked out. When Feng Jiu saw this, she only looked at their tightly clasped hands and didn't say anything as she let him hold her hand. But when they reached the front yard, she stopped and said, "Bring Hao with you. Take him out for a walk. Then let the Long Shuang take him with us." As he spoke, he instructed, "Go and tell Long Shuang to bring Hao out with us." "Yes." He answered, and then went to Long Shuang's courtyard. The two of them waited in front of a pavilion. However, before Long Shuang and Hao arrived, Yun Shuexin arrived. Senior brother, Ghost Doctor. Yun Shuexin, who was still dressed in white, slowly walked over. Looking at the two people in the pavilion, she asked with a smile, "I was just about to go out for a walk. Senior Martial Brother and Ghost Doctor, do you want to come along?" Xin Yuan Mose glanced at Feng Jiu. Seeing that she had no intention of speaking, he said, "We also want to go out." "Really? Can I go with you? It's boring to go shopping alone." She said a little embarrassedly, "I don't have many friends here. Usually, if Senior Martial Brother doesn't accompany me, I'm always alone." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's lips curved slightly. He glanced at her and said, Then Miss Yin should go out more often. There are so many outstanding people in 100 River City, and Miss Yin is so outstanding. Maybe it won't be long before you make new friends. Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting next to them, silently looked away. As a man, it was better for him to stay out of Fengjiu and Yun Shuoxin's affairs. He didn't want to accidentally say the wrong thing and make her angry again. Yun Shuoxin was slightly startled. She looked at Fengjiu, then at Xianyuan Mose, who was silent. She lowered her eyes and said in a lonely voice, "That's true. Ghost Doctor is going out with Senior Marshal Brother. It's not appropriate for me to follow." Chapter 2774. Her voice paused slightly, and her smile deepened. "I'm doing this for Miss Yun's sake. After all, our reputations in 100 River City are well known. If you follow us, most people won't dare to walk over and greet you." Yun Shuoxin raised her head to look at her in astonishment. Seeing her face full of smiles, as if she was really thinking for her, she couldn't say a single word of objection. Finally, she gathered her thoughts and looked deeply at Fengjiu. Smiling gently, she said, "I'm really touched that the Ghost Doctor is so considerate of me. I've always treated Senior Brother as my family. In this unfamiliar place, Senior Brother has always accompanied me and taken care of me. If it weren't for the Ghost Doctor's words today, I think I would still rely on Senior Brother." As she spoke, she bent her knees and bowed to Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose. "Senior Brother, Ghost Doctor, don't worry. I'll definitely make new friends here. I won't let you worry about me." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose secretly nodded, thinking that there was nothing wrong with her words. However, when Fengjiu heard this, he raised his brows. He felt that she was telling him that Mose had been accompanying her and taking care of her all this time. "Senior Brother, Ghost Doctor, I'll go out first." Yun Shuoxin revealed a gentle smile, then left in front of them. After she left, Fengjiu looked at Xianyuan Mose and asked, "What do you think of her words?" "There's nothing wrong with them," Xianyuan Mose said truthfully. "Nothing wrong with them?" Fengjiu raised his voice slightly and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "Is there a problem?" He was slightly surprised and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded and said, "That's true. There's nothing wrong with them. If a man could understand a woman's heart, then it would be strange. It wasn't strange that he couldn't tell. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. She wanted to see how long this Yun Shuoxin would stay here. She didn't believe that Mose would always think that there was nothing wrong with her. "Master, Yama Lord." Lung Shuang came from not far away, carrying the child to their side. "My son is here. Come, let mother hug him." Fengjiu's eyes narrowed as she smiled and reached out to hug the child. When Xianyuan Mo saw this, he couldn't help but ask, "Since you like children so much, when can we have one too? You haven't even gotten married yet. How can you have a child?" As Fengjiu spoke, he carried the child and walked out, saying, "Besides, my little Hauer is quite cute. I can't even take care of one. Another one? How can I take care of her?" Xianyuan Mose followed behind and said, "If you can't take care of them, you can ask Lung Shuang and the others to help. You don't have to take care of them yourself. Besides, I can take care of the children too. I can take care of 2 of them." "You?" Fengjiu turned around and looked at him in astonishment. He couldn't help but laugh. "You can take care of 2 of them?" Xianyuan Mose nodded with a straight face. "Yes, I've been using this little guy for practice recently. I've been feeding him and coaxing him to sleep. I'm already very familiar with it." He was confident that if they had children, he could take care of 2 of them each. Fengjiu didn't give him any face and laughed out loud. As she laughed, she waved her hand. "Don't tease me. You think you can take care of children? And 2 of them each? I don't believe it." Chapter 2775. Lung Shuang followed behind the 2 of them and chatted with them as they walked. She couldn't help but smile in her eyes. In fact, she also hoped that her master and the Yama Lord would have a few children quickly after they got married. Then she could help to take care of the children. However, seeing her master like this, she didn't know when they would get married and when they would have 2 more little masters for her to take care of. When they came to the door, the carriage was ready. Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu got into the carriage with the child. Lung Shuang and the coachman sat outside. "Master, where are we going?" The coachman asked. "Let's go to the Byway building." Feng Jiu said. She sat in the carriage and played with the child. She said, "In order not to let those people know that I came back, I specially learned the puppet skill and distributed several puppets to attract their attention. But it seems that my efforts were in vain." Hearing this, Mose said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter. Even if there is danger, I will stand in front of you." Feng Jiu glanced at him and handed the child in her arms to him. "You said that you have been taking care of him recently. Then you hold him." Who knew that when Mose reached out to take the child would start crying. His small hands were tightly clenched into fists as he waved them around. His cries were very loud. No matter how Mose coaxed him, he wouldn't stop, making him feel very awkward. "Is he hungry?" Mose looked at Feng Jiu and asked. Feng Jiu spread out her hands, indicating that she didn't know. Hearing the sound, Lung Shuang came in and said, "Yama Lord, the little master may have peed." It would have been better if she hadn't said anything, but as soon as she did, Xianyuan Mose felt a warm sensation on his palm. He hurriedly moved the child away to prevent him from being peed all over. He called out, "Lung Shuang, come in and help him change." "Yes." Lung Shuang was answering when he heard Feng Jiu's words. "No need. Just pass me Howard's clothes. I'll help him change." As Feng Jiu spoke, he took the child from Moses' arms and placed him on his lap. He untied the cloth wrapped around the child and took off his pants. She had asked Lung Shuang to make the child's pants, so it was easy for him to put them on and take them off. After taking off the child's wet pants and diapers, Feng Jiu took the clean pants that Lung Shuang handed her and was about to help him put them on. However, when she saw that the child's two short legs were slightly red because of his chubby body, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Why is it red? Is it because it's too hot and red?" She muttered and checked the reddened area on the little guy's thigh. She didn't notice that Xianyuan Mose was staring at the little guy who was blinking and biting his little fist. When he saw Feng Jiu touch the little guy's reddened thigh, he couldn't help but say, "Let me do it. You want to help him apply some medicine, right? I'll do it." Feng Jiu looked up at him in surprise. "I'll do it. If you hold him, he'll cry again. Besides, it's just applying some medicine. I still have to help him put on his pants." Xianyuan Mose opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He couldn't say that he couldn't bear to see her change the little brat's diaper and that he couldn't bear to see the little teapot between the little brat's legs waving in front of her. Could he? Chapter 2776. She looked at the child who was laughing happily in her arms with a smile and said, "You are so cute and fat. You must be more adorable if you wear a belly band." "Well, I've decided. I'll find some good materials and ask Lung Shuang to make two for you." Xianyuan Mose looked at her holding the child and talking to herself. He could not help but twitch his mouth and said, "He is so young. He won't understand even if you tell him." Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him and said, "What do you mean he won't understand? If you yell at him, he will cry immediately. Do you believe it? Isn't that normal? Not to mention a child. Even an adult could not withstand his anger." After a while, the carriage stopped. The coachman said, "Master, Yama Lord, we've arrived at the Byway building." "Well," Mose responded and got out of the carriage first. He stood aside to help Feng Jiu lift the curtain and asked, "Do you need me to hold the child?" "It's okay. I can hold him," Feng Jiu said, got out of the carriage and walked into the building with him. The carriage retreated to the side, and Lung Shuang followed them into the wing room on the second floor of the Byway building. Thinking that Feng Jiu might not eat well outside during this period, Xianyuan Mose ordered a table full of her favorite dishes. "Eat more." He put some dishes in her bowl. After a while, the small bowl was piled up like a small hill. Feng Jiu handed the child to Lung Shuang. Then he picked up the chopsticks and said, "Enough. Don't take too much." One of them was eating, and the other was taking dishes. Most of the time, Feng Jiu was eating, and Xianyuan Mose was taking dishes. Seeing that Feng Jiu almost finished eating, Xianyuan Mose asked, "Did you go to Mo Chen's place last night?" "Yes, I took the lotus seed and asked him. He said that the lotus seed was not the ancient golden lotus, but it should be related to the ancient golden lotus. He said that it was an excellent thing." Feng Jiu said as he ate, "I even gave him a lotus seed. Are you still resting at his place?" Xianyuan Mose said sourly, "Yes. Who asked you to make me angry?" Feng Jiu glanced at him, put down his chopsticks, and drank a cup of wine. I didn't plan to come back so early, but who knew that he kept chasing me away? I slept in the guest room for the whole night, but for some reason, I couldn't fall asleep. Hearing this, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and his deep voice carried a smile. Tonight, I'll sleep with you. My hand will be your pillow. You'll definitely be able to sleep soundly. Hearing this, Feng Jiu held back his smile and lightly sighed. I've been alone these past few days, and I've already gotten used to being alone. I suddenly feel that if there's another person in the bed, I won't be able to sleep well. She looked at him and said with a serious expression, Also, we haven't gotten married yet. Sleeping with you is really damaging to my reputation. I feel that it's better if we live separately. Either way, your Ling residence is right next to my Feng residence. No. Xianyuan Moses' face darkened and said, We're already engaged. We're only missing the wedding ceremony and the wedding night. That's right. I feel that although we're engaged, the day of our wedding is still far away. As she spoke, she looked at him and asked, When do you think we'll get married? As long as you want, any time is fine. It was clearly him who had been waiting for her to get married, but who knew that the wedding would be delayed again and again. Chapter 2777. Hearing his words, Feng Jiu sighed softly. Believe it or not, if we get married, not to mention the group of people who have designs on my ancient green lotus, even the people of the demon race will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. I really don't want all the relatives and friends who will come to our wedding to be in danger because of this. I also don't want our wedding to become a good opportunity for those people to take action. How could she not want them to get married as soon as possible, hold a grand wedding, and invite all their friends and family to attend, give them their blessings? However, she also knew that if they really held a wedding, things would not go as they wished. Xianyuan Mose looked at her deeply when he heard her words. It turned out that she had thought about it before, but she thought too much. She thought about all the things that might happen. He pondered deeply. If he wanted to eliminate all the hidden dangers that she was worried about, then he had to become the strongest in the world. He had to become a supreme expert who could destroy the world with a flick of his finger. What are you thinking about? Feng Jiu waved his hand in front of him. Seeing that he was thinking about something, he said, The food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat. We'll go to the night market later and then go home. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose nodded. All right. He didn't say anything else and continued to eat. After the meal, they sat for a while, drank a cup of tea, paid the bill, and got up to leave. Lung Shuang took the child's place and followed them. After they left the building, Feng Jiu carried the child and walked with them to the main street. Let's buy some toys for little Hao. Feng Jiu stopped in front of a stall. He picked up some toys and looked at them. In the end, he picked some for Lung Shuang to pay for and left. The three of them walked down the street. When they passed by a pancake stall, Feng Jiu stopped and said to Lung Shuang behind him, Buy 2 pancakes. Lung Shuang was slightly surprised. Was his master not full? Why do you still want pancakes? Although she was puzzled, she did not ask. Instead, she took out some money and bought 2 pancakes. Xianyuan Mose glanced at Feng Jiu. No one knew what he was thinking, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. A trace of a smile flashed across his face. His gaze swept past the front, and he continued walking forward. The three of them walked until they came to a place at the corner of the street. Feng Jiu suddenly stopped and looked at the figure in beggar clothes sitting at the corner of the street. The weather is good tonight, and the people on the street are lively. Feng Jiu's voice rang out. When this voice reached the beggar's ears, he quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice in surprise. Master, Ghost Doctor, Lung Shuang. He rolled and crawled over, wanting to pull on the corner of his master's clothes, but felt that his hands were very dirty, so he stood in front of them with a silly smile. Seeing Hui Lang suddenly appear in front of him, Xianyuan Mose's eyes flashed with understanding. Lung Shuang was slightly surprised. This was Hui Lang? How did he end up like this? He felt strange and sized him up, seeing that his spiritual power was sealed and his face was bruised and swollen. If he wasn't familiar with him, he wouldn't have recognized him. Feng Jiu smiled and looked at the gray wolf in front of her who was dressed like a beggar. She said, Who are you? Don't shout, we don't know you. Chapter 2778. How could you possibly be Hui Lang? Even though Hui Lang isn't good-looking, he doesn't have a swollen and bruised face like yours. Feng Jiu pursed her lips as she spoke, playing with the child in her arms. Hearing this, Hui Lang couldn't help but stare blankly. Why didn't the ghost doctor recognize him? Why? He stared blankly, unable to understand even now. Look at you, your hands and feet are fine. Why don't you go find something to do? Feng Jiu glanced at him, shaking her head as she spoke. Hui Lang opened his mouth, wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say to her. Feng Jiu looked at him blankly, standing there, and couldn't help but smile. Are you hungry? When Hui Lang heard this, he hurriedly nodded. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I've been hungry all day and haven't eaten anything. Master, ghost doctor, take me back. I think I must have done something wrong. Otherwise, Master and the ghost doctor wouldn't punish me like this. He scratched his head as he spoke. Even though his brain wasn't as sharp as Ing Yi's, he wasn't stupid. Seeing the two of them like this, how could he not understand that he must have done something wrong? Who knows when he offended the ghost doctor? Otherwise, how could he have ended up as a beggar? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. A beggar? That's right. Why did he become a beggar? Didn't he just meet a little beggar yesterday and say a few words? Thinking of this, he was instantly dumbfounded. He finally understood why he was sent to become a beggar. It turns out that he really did offend the ghost doctor. Thinking of what he said when he met the little beggar yesterday, then looking at the ghost doctor and master in front of him, he even had the heart to die. Why was his reaction so slow? Only now did he remember. Seeing his expression change, Feng Jiu smiled and said to the Lang Shuang behind her, Aren't there still 2 pancakes? Give them to him. Hearing this, Lang Shuang stepped forward and handed the 2 pancakes that were still steaming hot to Hui Lang. Lang Shuang finally realized that the 2 pancakes his master bought were for Hui Lang. Holding the 2 pancakes, Hui Lang looked at them with a long face and said, Master, ghost doctor, I know I was wrong. Can you let me go back earlier? At this point, Xianyuan Mose, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke up. Since you're allowed to be a beggar here, then be a beggar for a few days. Just treat it as training. As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Feng Jiu and the others, ignoring Hui Lang. Holding the pancakes, Hui Lang watched as they left in front of him, leaving him standing at the corner of the street. If it wasn't for the 2 warm pancakes in his hands, he wouldn't have believed that they had just been here. Feng Jiu played with the child on the road. The 3 of them didn't take a carriage, but walked leisurely. However, when they reached the corner of the street, they saw that there were many onlookers in front of them. Faintly, the voices of those onlookers could be heard. That girl should be from outside. It's rare to see her. She's also unlucky to come out alone and meet the one-eyed man on the street. No one dares to provoke this one-eyed man in this area. I think that girl looks familiar, as if I've seen her before. Chapter 2779. That's right. That girl is not weak either. Feng Jiu and the other 2 paused when they heard what the crowd was saying. They looked towards the crowd, but their line of sight was blocked by the people in front of them. They could not see clearly what was going on. Feng Jiu said to Lang Shuang, Let's go take a look. Why did she feel that these people might be talking about Yin Xuexin? Lang Shuang nodded slightly and walked forward, squeezing through the crowd. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes flashed, and she quietly retreated. She glanced at Xianyuan Mose, then looked at her master and said, Master, the girl they are talking about is Miss Yin. Feng Jiu's mouth twitched when she heard that. She had guessed correctly? Instinctively, she looked at Xianyuan Mose and said with a faint smile, It's your junior sister. Xianyuan Mose's expression was normal as he said, It's okay. She can protect herself with her strength. So we don't have to pay attention to her. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and asked, Since she can handle it, she doesn't need our help. Based on his understanding of Yin Xuexin, the average person here could not possibly be her opponent. After all, she was not a weak woman. Her strength was at the top of her family's younger generation. If she could not even deal with such a person, then she would not be Yin Xuexin. When she heard that, Feng Jiu thought about it for a moment. Then, her eyes shifted and she said, Although that's true, he is still our guest. It doesn't seem too good to let our guest face something like this. As she spoke, she handed the child to Xianyuan Mose and said, "I'll go take a look." Xianyuan Mose shook his head helplessly. He knew that she was someone who wanted to see the world in chaos. Feng Jiu walked forward, and the crowd was suddenly pushed aside. They were about to turn around and curse, but when they saw that it was Ghost Dr. Feng Jiu, they could not help but open their mouths and quickly move aside to make a path. When she came to the front, she saw Yun Shuoxin, who was dressed in white and had an outstanding appearance, standing in a corner with a cold expression. In front of her was a burly one-eyed man. The corners of Yun Shuoxin's lips curled up slightly. She swept her gaze around and looked at some of the rogue cultivators in the surroundings. There were about 10 of them in total. Adding the strength of the one-eyed man, they were more than enough to be a street bully. However, Yun Shuoxin's strength was at the immortal sage realm. She wasn't someone that could be defeated by ordinary people. Thinking of this, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and watched calmly. She wondered why this one-eyed man was so blind as to target Yun Shuoxin. "What? Carry this little girl back for me." As the one-eyed man spoke, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile as he stared at the beautiful woman in white with a graceful figure. He was already thinking about what to do with this beauty after he carried her back. "Boss, this woman doesn't look like a girl from an ordinary family. Won't it cause trouble if we really attack her?" A rogue cultivator asked in a low voice. He felt that the woman in white did not show any fear even when surrounded by them, so he could not help but feel uncertain. Chapter 2780. A red mark slowly seeped out from the man's neck, and a faint smell of blood permeated the air. This scene gave the surrounding onlookers a fright, and they all retreated one after another. Some of them looked in horror at the white-clothed woman who had taken the man's life with a single move. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows. Seeing that Yun Shuoxin was looking at her, she walked forward with her sword in hand, ignoring the one-eyed man who had one eye wide open in shock. She came before Feng Jiu and looked at Feng Jiu as she said, "Ghost Doctor, I'm your guest. Are you going to watch your guest be bullied like this?" Feng Jiu's lips curled slightly, and he said with a smile, "With Miss Yun's strength, it's more than enough to deal with these hooligans. It's rare to see Miss Yun's heroic appearance, so I naturally won't let go of this opportunity." Yun Shuoxin quietly looked at Feng Jiu, and her eyes swept past her enchanting and beautiful face. She looked at Xianyuan Mose, who was walking forward with a child in his arms, and asked, "Does senior brother feel the same way?" Xianyuan Mose looked at her as usual, and then glanced at the corpses on the ground. He said in a low voice, "With your strength, these people won't be able to get close to you, so there's no possibility of you being bullied." Hearing this, Yun Shuoxin raised the sharp sword in her hand, and a ray of sword chi shot out from her hand. She didn't even turn around, and the ray of sword chi accurately struck the one-eyed man who was about to slip away. Bang! The one-eyed man didn't even have the chance to scream before he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. His body twitched, and he stopped breathing. Yun Shuoxin lowered her eyes and put away the long sword in her hand. Her emotionless voice sounded softly. "Senior brother is right. How can these people be my match? With their strength, they won't be able to get close to me, but—" Her voice paused, and she raised her beautiful eyes to look at Xianyuan Mose. "Senior brother's indifference to me has hurt Shuoxin's heart. Does senior brother know that Shuoxin cares about senior brother?" Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Feng Jiu, afraid that she would misunderstand. Who knew that she would have such thoughts? She had never expressed such thoughts before, and he had never thought about it in that direction. Feng Jiu played with the hair that fell in front of her chest, and her lips curled into a smile. She looked deeply at Yun Shuoxin and said leisurely, "Miss Yun's confession in front of more than a dozen corpses on the ground. It's really shocking." As soon as Feng Jiu's words came out, the stunned people around also came to their senses. "That's right. This girl has an extraordinary temperament and is so beautiful. How could she do such a thing? You really can't judge a book by its cover. What's so strange? Didn't you see how she took those people's lives without even blinking her eyes? Although they were ruffians, she killed them in one move. No one else can do that. Yin Shuexin didn't seem to hear the words around her, and her expression was normal. She looked at the expressionless Xianyuan Mose and said softly, "Senior brother, I just couldn't control myself." Xianyuan Mose didn't say anything. He only frowned slightly and looked at her deeply. Chapter 2781. Hearing these words, no matter how well-mannered Yin Shuexin was, her expression still changed. She coldly glanced at Fengjiu, then looked at Xianyuan Mose, who had not spoken the entire time. She knew in her heart that this was just her wishful thinking. But so what if it was like this? Fengjiu was right. Xianyuan Mose was so outstanding. Her heart was in love with him. So what was strange about her not being able to control her feelings? This was like a man loving a woman's beauty and a woman loving a man's excellence. Wasn't this very normal? For an outstanding woman like her, with her family's strength and appearance, how could she be interested in a normal man? Only someone like Xianyuan Mose, who exuded the aura of a noble emperor, was worthy of her, Yin Shuexin. So what if he loved the ghost Dr. Fengjiu? She did not believe that she, Yin Shuexin, who was outstanding in all aspects, would lose to Fengjiu, who came from a small place. Senior brother. She looked at Xianyuan Mose. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by his words. "You should move out of the Feng Manor," Xianyuan Mose said in a low voice. His gaze indifferently glanced at her. "I will have someone prepare a new courtyard for you." He definitely would not allow a woman with ulterior motives to exist at his side. Even if this person was his junior sister, even if she had saved his life, it was still the same. Yin Shuexin opened her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with hurt. "Senior brother wants to chase me away? Senior brother promised to take care of me, but now you want to chase me away?" Xianyuan Mose furrowed his brow. "It is not suitable for you to live in the Feng Manor." Even if he did not understand women's hearts, he could still hear how provocative her words were. Saying those words in front of Fengjiu, she wanted to drive a wedge between the two of them. It was just that she had underestimated the feelings between him and Fengjiu. The feelings that they had developed along the way were not something that could be stirred up with just a few words from her. Yin Shuexin looked at him. Her eyes were filled with tears, which made her look a bit weak. Her voice faintly drifted out. "Senior brother, if you won't let me live in the Feng Manor, then I can live in your manor. I'm here alone. How can you bear to let me live outside by myself?" Fengjiu didn't say anything. He just looked at Yin Shuexin with a faint smile. She was still wondering how long she could pretend. He didn't expect her to be unable to hold herself back after coming out alone tonight. However, it had to be said that Yin Shuexin was indeed a rare beauty. Looking at the expression on her face, it was as if she had been wronged. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she stared at Xianyuan Mose. If someone with weak willpower saw her like this, their heart would probably soften. Unfortunately, Mose was not an ordinary person, and her extravagant hopes were destined to fail. "Agio, let's go back." Xianyuan Mose retracted his gaze and did not look at Yin Shuexin. Instead, he held the child who was blinking her clear eyes and eating her fist in one hand. He held Fengjiu's hand with the other and led her away. Leng Shuang was a few steps behind them. When she turned around to leave, she looked at Yin Shuexin and coldly said, "Miss Yin, it is good for people to know their own limits." After saying this, she did not look at Yin Shuexin, whose face had turned pale in an instant. Instead, she quickly followed her master's footsteps. Chapter 2782. Sitting in the carriage, Xianyuan Mose looked at Fengjiu, who was obviously in a good mood. He was a little confused, so he asked carefully, "Gio, are you happy that she confessed to me?" He thought that she would be angry, but who would have thought that she was actually quite happy? Why was that? Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at him. Seeing that he was sitting up nervously, as if waiting for her answer, she said, "What's there to be unhappy about? She likes you, which proves that I have good taste. You're outstanding." Especially since such an outstanding man was Fengjiu's. Thinking of this, the corners of her lips curled up happily. Sigh, seeing that Yin Shuexin's heart was broken and she couldn't get what she wanted, why was she so happy? Yes, it should be a bad taste. You're not angry? Xianyuan Mose breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still a little confused. Angry? Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. Why should I be angry? Just because she likes you? Seeing that he nodded with a slightly stunned expression, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Idiot! How could she forget that this was a piece of thousand-year-old ice, a piece of thousand-year-old ice that no one could get close to? Even though they had always been apart more than together, she never doubted that he would fall in love with another woman and treat her differently. When they were together, they rarely got angry or quarreled. It seemed that this time when she was sulking, he was a little worried that she would get angry again. She narrowed her eyes, looked him up and down, and said, "We didn't have a good chat this time. Your junior sister is from overseas, and you went there with your master. You even stayed with her family. Did something happen that I don't know about? You didn't tell me about it?" Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's eyes flashed this. Really? Feng Jiu raised her voice and stared at him. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail when we get back to the courtyard. He laughed bitterly and said helplessly. Hearing this, Feng Jiu didn't ask any more questions. It seemed like there really was something she didn't know about. For Mose to agree to stay here and take care of Yin Shuoxin, what could it be? She couldn't help but be curious. On the other side, the dozen or so corpses on the ground had been taken care of. Yin Shuoxin walked towards the Feng Manor as the night deepened. Thinking about what happened tonight, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Impulse is a bad thing. Even with her temperament, she was still provoked to the point of being impulsive. It could be seen that this ghost, Dr. Feng Jiu, was indeed difficult to deal with. However, he wanted her to move out? How was she going to get out of this situation? Once Xianyuan Mo said that there was no turning back. What should he do? How could he break this stalemate? She thought to herself. Suddenly, she faintly heard a voice enter her ears. Immediately, she stopped walking towards the Feng Manor. She looked all around her and quietly retreated. She then followed the voice in the direction of the voice. Feng Manor in the courtyard. Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose were sitting in a room. She looked at Xianyuan Mose, who had been drinking tea the entire time, and said, "Didn't you say that we'll talk about it after we get back to the manor? This Yin Shuoxin actually came for you, right?" Chapter 2783. Feng Jiu glanced at him. "That's not what I want to know." Xianyuan Mose was stunned for a moment. After calming down, he said, "She saved my life." Seeing her raise her eyebrows and look at him, waiting for his next words, he sighed softly. "It was because she saved my life that I promised to take care of her when she came with Master's letter." Hearing this, Feng Jiu suddenly understood. So that's how it was. No wonder he, who didn't respect his master, would promise to take care of Yin Shuoxin. It turned out that there was something she didn't know. She saved your life when you were overseas? Were you injured? Or what? She frowned slightly and asked. When he came back, he didn't say anything. She also didn't know that he had an accident when he went out. At that time, the matter that I helped Master with was very troublesome. When we were overseas, we were even hunted down. At that time, I was seriously injured and had to hide from those people. Master found Junior Sister and sent me to their family to help cover for them. Speaking of this, he sighed softly. The force that chased us was very strong. At that time, when the Yin family protected me, they risked being exterminated. Moreover, at that time, I was infected with the golden heart corroding insect. It was Junior Sister who risked her life to find something to lure the golden heart corroding insect out for me. It was because of this that I was able to survive. How could he not know that he would never forget a person's kindness? However, he had always thought that Yin Shuoxin only saw him as her senior brother because of the friendship of fellow disciples. He didn't expect that Feng Jiu's heart couldn't help but rise when she heard this. Why didn't you tell me about such a dangerous thing when you came back? Golden heart corroding insect? That's a poison that burrows into the bones and blood. Moreover, to lure out the golden heart corroding insect, it's necessary. Her voice paused and her expression changed slightly. For a moment, she didn't speak. The only way to lure out the golden heart corroding insect is to use blood as a guide and add the golden heart corroding insect's favorite 7-leaf tip. Xianyuan Mose said slowly. Looking at Feng Jiu's expression, He knew that she had already thought of the difficulty Yun Shuexin had in getting the medicine. The place where the 7-leaf tips grow must have extremely poisonous things, and there must be quite a lot of them. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Back then, she must have spent a lot of effort to get the guiding medicine goo for you. Xin Yuan Mo's pondered for a moment, then said, "Although I was heavily injured at that time and was in a semi-coma, my consciousness was still very clear. Thus, I knew that after Junior's sister drew out the golden heart erosion insect for me, she was bettered in for several days. At that time, I was recuperating in the Yun family for about half a month." Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at him deeply and said, "Why didn't you tell me that you encountered such danger outside? If you tell me that Yun Shuexin once saved your life like this, no matter how much I hate her, I will still give her some face." I was also afraid that you would be worried. Moreover, my body had already recovered by the time I returned. Naturally, I didn't want to tell you and make you worry. He laughed softly and held her hand, saying, "It's okay. Since you don't like her, then I will think of other ways to repay her kindness." Feng Jiu furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment. This kind of kindness couldn't be repaid with ordinary things. Mose was her man, and she naturally didn't want her man to owe another woman a favor that hadn't been repaid. Chapter 2784. I'll think of a way. I'll repay this favor for you. Feng Jiu held his hand and said, "If there's anything in the future, don't hide it from me." Hearing this, Mo Zay's heart warmed. "I'm a man. How can I let you shoulder everything? Don't worry. I'll think of a way to repay this favor." He was a man. Naturally, he couldn't say that she had to shoulder his matters. Furthermore, he owed her, so he naturally had to repay it. He wanted to shelter her from the wind and rain and protect her for the rest of her life. Naturally, he couldn't let her shoulder everything. Protect her for the rest of her life, his heart trembled. With his current strength as a heavenly god, he could be considered a top powerhouse on this continent. However, if he wanted to become a powerhouse in this world, to become a powerhouse that everyone in this world feared, to be able to protect her for the rest of her life, he had to become even stronger. Otherwise, when they met an enemy stronger than them, they would fall into a dead end. When he thought of this, he looked at her. He looked at the person in his heart. Even if he couldn't bear to see her suffer so much and encounter so many difficulties and dangers along the way, even if he couldn't bear to see her fall and rise again on this path of cultivation, he still had to let her grope and crawl along this path. Only when she stood at the peak, only when her strength could dominate everything, only when her strength could kill all the powerhouses in the world, could she and he look down on this world and not fear anyone. "Ajio!" His deep voice rang out. Fengjiu looked at him. Seeing his solemn and cold expression, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This continent won't be our final stop. If we want to dominate everything and protect the people we want to protect, then we have to become even stronger until we can stand at the peak of this world. His voice paused for a moment. Then he said, "So, let's go cultivate together. The path of cultivation has 9 heavens. The 9 heavens are beyond the heavens. The path to immortality on the immortal ladder, the heaven and earth in the profound light sect, and the immortal island of Penglai. We have to go again." Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect him to say something like this. After so long, this was the first time he said that they should cultivate together and become stronger together. "You mean that we should go to the immortal island of Penglai and use the immortal ladder to go to the place behind that door to cultivate and increase our strength?" "Yes." He nodded and said, "Our strength may be the strongest here, but there are stronger people outside of us. If we want to be fearless of anyone, then we have to stand at the peak of this world." He looked at her deeply and said in a deep voice, "I want to give you a grand wedding so that everyone can share our happiness, so that you won't have to fear anyone in this world. I want you to live a worry-free life, and if you want to do all this, you have to become a supreme expert." Looking at the seriousness and determination in his eyes and listening to his words, Feng Jiu's heart shook violently. She didn't speak for a long time and just held his hand tightly until her heart gradually calmed down. Chapter 2785. But she blinked and smiled. The immortal ascension stairs will only appear in a year's time. Don't worry, we can settle everything here in a year's time. A year's time was more or less enough to arrange things. After all, they would have a long journey ahead of them. That's true. As she spoke, her heart skipped a beat. Then what about our son? To be honest, we still haven't figured out his background. If we leave him here, I won't be at ease. But if we bring him with us, I'm worried that no one will be able to take care of him. Moreover, if we don't reach the immortal Emperor realm, we won't be able to reach the top of the immortal ascension stairs. It was because of this that she didn't go through the door directly. She could go, but what about them? Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mo stood up and gently knocked her head. Where's your usual cleverness? Let's not talk about that, little guy. Even if you want to bring Lung Shuang, Lung Hua, and the others with you, you could do it too. She looked at him in confusion. She didn't understand. Seeing that she really couldn't figure it out, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Have you forgotten that you have a treasure of heaven and earth on you? It's a treasure of space that can contain life. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes widened in shock. You're saying that we should bring them all into the space and then bring them there? Yes, we can use the space to bring them there. However, even if they're Lung Shuang, Lung Hua, and the others who are loyal to you, you can't let them know about your space. So even if you want to bring them into the space, you have to do it while they're unconscious. She had a treasure of space, and it wasn't an ordinary space. Even if they were confidants, she couldn't let them know about it. Hearing this, Feng Jiu slapped her head. That's right. How could I be so stupid? I didn't think of this and was worried about it. I'm so stupid, so stupid. She slapped her head and suddenly laughed foolishly. How about this? If we go there, I could bring them all with me. At that moment, she was incomparably grateful for the gift her nominal master had given her back then. Xin Yuan Mose looked at her with amusement and said, Then find a time to pick out the people you want to bring along and make preparations in advance. He paused for a moment before continuing, Arrange everything as soon as possible. We'll find time to go back and meet your parents and my father. We'll tell them about our plans so that they don't have to worry. Feng Jiu smiled and nodded. Don't worry. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. She looked at him, and her heart felt warm and sweet. She took a step forward, wrapped her arms around his waist, and buried her face in his chest. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. She knew everything. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose's eyes overflowed with tenderness. He hugged her with one hand and stroked her hair with the other. His low and magnetic voice was filled with unconcealable affection. Silly girl. Chapter 2786. As the night deepened, the two of them prepared to rest. Lung Hua, who was outside the courtyard, rushed in. Seeing that the lights were still on in the room, he immediately said, Master, Yama Lord, something has happened. When the two people in the room heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. They walked out and saw that Lung Hua was covered in blood. Feng Jiu narrowed her eyes and asked, What happened? Lung Hua glanced at Xin Yuan Mose and said, Master, when Du Fan and I came back, we met Miss Yin not far from the main gate. At that time, she was covered in injuries and her steps were unsteady. Before we could get close, she fainted. At that time, someone seemed to be chasing her from behind. After seeing me and Du Fan, that person left in the dark. Seeing that she seemed to be seriously injured and had lost a lot of blood, we quickly brought her back. Du Fan is now sending her back to her courtyard. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose's brows furrowed. His hands were clasped behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. Feng Jiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise when she heard this. There's actually someone in this city who can injure her and make her faint? She glanced at Xin Yuan Mose and said, Let's go and take a look. Xin Yuan Mose nodded and walked with her towards Yun Shueshin's courtyard. Lung Hua followed behind them and walked towards the backyard. When they arrived at the courtyard, Du Fan was already waiting there. When he saw them enter, he stepped forward and called out, Yama Lord, Master, she's already in the room. They nodded slightly and walked in. As soon as they entered the room, the strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. When they walked into the room and saw Yun Shueshin lying on the bed, they were even more surprised. Yuan Shuixin's white clothes were almost dyed red by the blood. Her clothes were torn, and there were many wounds on her body. It was indeed a ghastly sight. Feng Jiu stepped forward to check on her. After a long time, he withdrew his hand and said to Xin Yuan Mo's, "Her internal injuries are not light. 2 of her left ribs are broken. Other than that, the rest are external injuries. Although there are many wounds on her body, they are not fatal. It's just that she has lost a lot of blood, her breathing is unstable, and her face is pale. She will need at least 10 days to half a month to recover." Xin Yuan Mo's looked at Leng Hua and asked, "Didn't you see who attacked her? With her strength, it's impossible for an ordinary person to injure her to this extent. If they fought, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Go and order people to investigate. You must find the source of the problem." "Yes, sir," Leng Hua responded and then left. Du Fan, have Leng Hua come over and bandage her wounds. Feng Jiu ordered Du Fan, who was standing to the side. "Okay." Du Fan also responded and left. After they left, Feng Jiu looked at Xin Yuan Mo's and asked, "Are you suspicious?" Xin Yuan Mo's looked at him and nodded without denying it. "That's right. I suspect that the person who injured her to this extent might be from overseas. However, one thing is certain. The person's strength is comparable to Yuan Shuixin's." He walked around the room with his hands behind his back and said, "However, who is the person? We have to wait until she wakes up and ask her." He stopped and looked at Feng Jiu. "Have the manner be more vigilant. If you have to go out sooner or later, let me go with you. It's better to be careful." Chapter 2787. The two chatted for a while in the room. Not long after, Leng Shuang came over. "Master Yamagod." Leng Shuang saluted the two. Smelling the scent of blood in the room, she looked inside. "Go help her bandage her wound. Then give her this pill." Feng Jiu handed her a bottle and glanced at Xin Yuan Mo's. This glance made Xin Yuan Mo's feel a bit confused and asked, "What is it? Your junior sister has been sent back to her courtyard for so long, yet we haven't thought of stopping her bleeding. With this amount of blood, her body will be a bit weak when she recovers." She did not pay attention to it, but Mose probably did not expect it at all. That's right. How could a person who did not care about anything think of stopping her bleeding first, even if it wasn't life-threatening? It was only when she, who was at the top of his heart, was injured that he would panic. Thinking of this, her eyes curved into a smile. Xin Yuan Mose did not know what she was thinking and only said, "Didn't you just say it? The wounds on her body are only small. They won't be a problem." It wasn't life-threatening. Before Leng Shuang came to bandage her, it was fine if she bled a bit. After all, to have him apply medicine for her, that was impossible. To have Feng Jiu apply medicine for her, that was even more impossible. "And she won't die. Bleeding a bit is fine," Feng Jiu said with a smile. Let's go. Have Leng Shuang bandage her. We'll go back first." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose held her hand and walked back. On the way back, Feng Jiu said, "She is currently injured and unconscious. Let's postpone her moving out. After all, she was the person who saved his life. In her current state, it was not suitable for her to move out of the Feng Manor." "You can decide," Xin Yuan Mose said. "Next, I will need to arrange some matters in the Yen Hall. I will be a bit busy." All right. I'll get someone to look after her." Suddenly, Xin Yuan Mose stopped in his tracks, as if he was thinking about something. When Feng Jiu saw him like this, she stopped and looked at him quietly. After a while, she saw him look at her. "You said that in addition to internal injuries, she also had 2 broken ribs?" Feng Jiu blinked and nodded. "Yes. Didn't I say it just now?" She saw him frown slightly and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Xin Yuan Mose looked at her and sighed softly. "During the time you weren't here, occasionally she would ask me to go out with her. She always knew when to advance and when to retreat. She never showed any affection for me. Naturally, I didn't think that way. I just thought that she treated me as her martial brother." His voice paused and his brows furrowed. His expression sank as he said, "But after what she said on the street tonight, and seeing that she's injured and unconscious, the original plan to have her move out has been postponed. This has caused me to have a bold guess." Feng Jiu was also a smart person and understood what he meant. Hearing this, she was stunned. You mean, could it be that she became like this on her own? Xin Yuan Mo's replied with a frown. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, it was impossible to believe it again. Just like how he never thought that she would fall in love with him and came to his side with ulterior motives. Chapter 2788. She held his hand and said, her injury was caused by an external force. Moreover, the internal injury was located in a place where she couldn't injure herself. The external injuries on her body were also caused by an external force, so the injury wasn't deep. After saying this, she looked at his tightly knitted brows and asked, why do you suspect that she would do that? Xin Yuan Mose saw that she was looking at him with a puzzled expression and said, Gio, she's not an ordinary person. She comes from a top family. She has a good reputation overseas. She's about the same age as you, and her strength is already at the sage immortal level. I think it's possible that she would do something because she likes me. He held her hand and walked as he said, before this, I treated her differently. Other than the reasons, it was also because she is very outstanding in all aspects. An outstanding person will be appreciated by others no matter where they are. She's like that. However, tonight's attack on her came at a coincidence. Moreover, what she said on the street first, so I can't have such suspicions. Hearing this, Feng Jiu thought for a moment and said, I'll be more careful. Don't worry. If it was really as he guessed, then Yun Shuexin's scheming was really not ordinary. A person who dared to be so ruthless to herself was an opponent who could not be ignored. The next day, because she went to bed late last night, Feng Jiu woke up late. When she got up, she saw that Xin Yuan Mo's was already gone, so she washed up and went out of the room. You're awake? I asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast. You can eat it now. Xin Yuan Mo's, who was dressed in a black robe, was sitting at the table in the courtyard, reading a book in his hand. He was standing in a corner of the courtyard. She walked over and looked at the breakfast on the table. She smiled and said, it's all my favorite food. After she came out, Xin Yuan Mo's put away the book in his hand and scooped a bowl for her. Eat more. Last night, you said that you had to deal with the matters at hand. I thought you had left early. She picked up some side dishes to eat. I will accompany you to eat breakfast before returning to the Ling residence. I have already instructed to call some people over. I will make some arrangements. As he helped her pick up the food, he said, I will handle the matters in the Ling residence. If there's anything, you can look for me. Feng Jiu replied. After eating breakfast, he wiped the corners of his mouth and stood up. Go do your work. Don't worry about things here. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mo's revealed a smile and looked at her gently. Don't tire yourself out. I'll be back later. As he spoke, he left with Yi and headed towards the Ling residence. After Feng Jiu had people tidy up the things on the table in the courtyard, he also left the courtyard and walked towards Yun Shuexin's courtyard. When he arrived outside, he was greeted by Leng Hua. Master, is that woman awake? Feng Jiu asked and walked forward. I was just about to tell you that she has woken up. Leng Hua followed beside him and said. Feng Jiu nodded. When she came to the courtyard, she saw that Leng Shuang was also there. She asked, Leng Shuang, come here. Who is taking care of Hao? It's Qing Cheng, Leng Shuang said. Chapter 2789. Yun Shuexin was lying on the bed. Her beautiful face was currently pale and weak. Her eyes were closed, as if she was frowning because of the pain from her wounds. When she heard the sound of footsteps, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the person who had come. How do you feel? Feng Jiu walked over and pulled over a chair to the side. He sat on the bed and looked at her. Yun Shuexin looked behind her and saw that only Leng Shuang had followed her. When her senior brother did not come, a trace of disappointment flashed through her heart. She closed her eyes and said with an indifferent expression, I won't die yet. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's lips curled into a smile. You won't die from such a small injury. At most, you'll have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. However, this is also good. You're already injured like this, so I naturally can't bear to have you move out of the Feng Manor. You can stay here for now and recover from your injuries first. His clear eyes fell on her face, but he saw that she had closed her eyes and her face was calm and indifferent. He could not see anything. Seeing this, Fengjiu leaned back and sat down leisurely. He looked at her on the bed and said, "How did Miss Yun encounter an attack last night? Who was it that attacked Miss Yun?" "I will only tell my senior brother." She turned her head slightly and looked at Fengjiu. "If you want to know, have my senior brother come see me." Fengjiu chuckled. He played with the black hair that fell in front of his chest. His gentle voice carried a bit of carelessness and ridicule. "Miss Yun's family has truly opened my eyes. To be honest, I have never seen a girl like Miss Yun." Lung Shuang poured a cup of tea for Fengjiu. After Fengjiu received it, he gently scraped the tea and took a sip. He then played with the tea in his hand and said to Lung Shuang, "Miss Yun's injuries should be changed." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and went forward to change the medicine for Yun Shuexin's injuries. Fengjiu did not say anything else. He only used the tea lid to play with the tea and sat there with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was thinking. On the bed, Yun Shuexin allowed Lung Shuang to change the medicine for her. I did not say anything else. As time passed, Lung Shuang changed the medicine for Yun Shuexin's injuries. He then returned to Fengjiu's side. "Master, it's done." Fengjiu's injuries. Yun Shuexin's injuries. "Last night, I had someone feed you an inner core. You want to see results with just an inner core? Ghost Doctor, you think too highly of your pills." Yun Shuexin said slowly. Her expression was indifferent, and she did not look at her. Fengjiu nodded when he heard this. "That's true. You need an inner core a day to heal your internal injuries. Otherwise, you'll have problems in the future." As she spoke, she turned her palm and a bottle appeared in her hand. "Since you're Moses' junior sister, I'll take advantage of you." As she spoke, she handed the bottle in her hand to Lung Shuang. Lung Shuang stepped forward and took the pill. He brought it to Yun Shuexin and said in a cold voice, "Miss Yun, please open your mouth." Yun Shuexin frowned and stared at the pill. "What kind of pill is this? Why does it smell so strange?" Chapter 2790. She took a sip of tea and said slowly, "If anything happens to you while you're in my hands, I won't be able to explain it to your senior brother. Don't you think so? Moreover, who am I? I'm the Ghost Doctor. How can the pills I refine be the same as those refined by other pill masters? If I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble." Hearing this, Yun Shuexin's eyes flashed slightly. She glanced at Fengjiu and perhaps felt that what Fengjiu said made sense. Hence, she glanced at the pill before opening her mouth slightly and swallowing it. Seeing this, Fengjiu's smile deepened. That's right. She did not leave. Instead, she passed the teacup to Lung Shuang and sat there looking at Yun Shuexin, who was lying on the bed. "Why aren't you leaving?" Yun Shuexin frowned at her. The medicine had been changed, and she had taken the inner pill. Why was she still sitting there? Fengjiu smiled. "No rush, no rush. I have to see the effects of the medicine." Hearing this, Yun Shuexin ignored her and closed her eyes to rest. "Miss Yun is going to sleep? Didn't you just wake up? It's not good to sleep too much." Fengjiu looked at Yun Shuexin's frown because of her words and couldn't help but smile. Since Miss Yun wants to close her eyes and rest, that's good. Perhaps Miss Yun will remember who attacked you later. Hearing this, Yun Shuexin opened her eyes. Her gaze was fierce. "Fengjiu, what are you trying to do?" Because of this fierce shout, her internal injuries were in pain. For a moment, beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face became as pale as paper. Seeing this, Fengjiu reached out and pressed her acupoints, saying, "Miss Yun, you're injured. It's really not suitable for you to be so angry. Also, you can't move recklessly. Otherwise, if you move your broken ribs, you'll have to move them again. That's not only troublesome, but also very painful." With her acupoint pressed and her body unable to move, Yun Shuexin glared at Fengjiu. "What are you trying to do? Quickly release my acupoint." "No rush, no rush." Fengjiu shook his head, looked at her, and asked, "Miss Yun, I have a few questions for you. After you answer my questions, I will naturally unseal your acupoints." She looked at her with narrowed eyes and a smile on her face. "Does Miss Yun know the person who attacked you?" Hearing her words, Yin Shuexin answered almost instinctively, yes. However, her expression changed when she spoke. She pursed her lips tightly and stared at Fengjiu with a cold and stern gaze. However, she didn't speak again. It was as if she was afraid that the moment she spoke, she wouldn't be able to control her words. Hearing her words, Fengjiu's smile deepened. So you know each other. Then, is the person who attacked you your enemy? Large beads of cold sweat slid down Yun Shuixin's forehead. Her face was as pale as paper, as if she would faint at any time. She did not speak. She clenched her teeth tightly and pursed her lips. She stared fiercely at Fengjiu as if she wanted to skin her alive. Fengjiu did not care. He only lowered his voice and asked again, Miss Yun, is the person who attacked you your enemy? Chapter 2791. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flickered, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She looked at Yun Shuixin, who was lying stiffly on the bed with a pale and weak face as she resisted the effects of the medicine. She continued to ask, Then, was it an accident that you were attacked and injured? Or did you arrange it? When she asked this, she saw that Yun Shuixin had bitten her lips so hard that they were bleeding. Fengjiu curled her lips into a cold smile. Miss Yun, don't try to resist the truest reaction in your heart. Come, tell me, was it an accident that you were attacked and injured? Or did you arrange it? Yes, I arranged it. Fengjiu, what did you do to me? Her voice was stiff and trembling. She bit her lips so hard that they were bleeding. Blood dyed her lips red, and it made her pale face look even more conspicuous. When the question came out, it gradually sounded weak and powerless. She tried to resist the words that rushed out of her mouth, but it exhausted her original physical strength. It was as if her entire body had been drained of energy. TSK, TSK. Fengjiu stared at her and clicked her tongue. I didn't expect it. You're actually so cruel to yourself? When Mose told me about his suspicions, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. I really didn't expect it. Her words made Yun Shuixin's heart even more shocked and upset. She looked at Fengjiu and bit her lips. She wanted to ask a few questions, but she couldn't. Senior brother suspected her. She had done so well and flawlessly, yet senior brother still doubted her? Why? Why did he suspect her? If Fengjiu hadn't done something to her, no one would have known what she had done. But why did senior brother suspect her? You're not a stupid person, so how did you come up with this idea? Don't tell me you think that Mose will take pity on you because you're injured? Fengjiu sneered. She stood up and crossed her arms as she looked at Yun Shuixin, who was lying on the bed, unable to move. She said, I don't like scheming people. Although you are injured, since this is the result of your own actions, you can't blame me. There's something wrong with that pill of yours. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, Nonsense. Do you think I'll let you eat it if there's no problem? Do you think just anyone can eat my pills? She gave a cold snort and looked down at her. Hearing this, Yun Shuixin gritted her teeth in anger. Fengjiu, how dare he treat her like this? What? Not convinced? Fengjiu sneered. It's useless to be unconvinced. Whether it's playing dirty or playing fair, you can't beat me. Fengjiu retracted her gaze and looked at Leng Shuang. Stay here and watch over her. I'll ask Leng Hua to arrange for this woman to be sent out of the residence. If it was an accident, it would be one thing, but since it was her own arrangement, then don't blame her for giving her a taste of her own medicine. Yes, Leng Shuang replied, and was about to send Fengjiu out when he heard Yun Shuixin's voice behind him. Do you think my senior brother will believe what you said? Fengjiu, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks. She didn't walk back, but stood there and looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Men are all sentimental, especially an outstanding woman like me. Do you think my senior brother will let you chase me out? Do you think my senior brother will believe what I said just now? Yun Shuixin coldly stared at her, trying to sow discord. Chapter 2792. Hearing this, Fengjiu looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. You really are narcissistic. It's just that you don't understand my man, and you don't understand me. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't be bothered to look at her anymore. Instead, she walked out and said to Leng Hua, Find a courtyard for her and send her there. Yes. Inside the room, Yun Shuexin heard the voice outside and angrily gritted her teeth. She had been too arrogant. If she knew that Feng Jiu had that kind of abnormal pill, she definitely would not have done something like try and steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Leng Hua was very efficient. Before noon, a courtyard had been found. After obtaining Feng Jiu's approval, he took Yun Shuexin out of the Feng Manor and moved her to a courtyard outside. Feng Jiu only told his subordinates to look after her and did not pay any more attention to him. It was not until evening when Xin Yuan Mo's returned that Feng Jiu told him about this matter. That's why I used the truth pill to ask her everything. Feng Jiu shrugged. I never thought that this junior sister of yours would be so cruel to herself. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it to myself. Hearing her words, Xin Yuan Mo's expression became a bit ugly. He was silent for a while before saying, after her injuries have healed, I'll tell her to go back. All right, let's not talk about her anymore. That injury will take at most 10 days to half a month to recover. Feng Jiu said this. He looked at her and asked, when do we plan on going back? Are we going to your father's place first? Or are we going to my grandfather's place? As she said this, she thought for a bit and said, my brother and the others have already gone back for a while. I don't know when they plan on coming back. If we want to go back, we'll probably have to bring it back a bit earlier. You should also take care of the matters here. Quickly take care of them, and then we can leave. Xin Yuan Mo said. The two of them were talking and discussing matters. That night, in the small courtyard outside where Yun Shuexin was staying, a figure avoided the two guards sent by Feng Jiu and entered the room as if there was no one else present. Have you been seen through? A figure came into her room and asked Yun Shuexin, who was lying on the bed. He was wearing a black cloak and a mask, so his figure and face could not be seen. Hearing the voice, Yun Shuexin, who was sleeping on the bed, opened her eyes and looked sideways at the person. She frowned and was a little displeased. Why are you here? I'm here to tell you not to forget about business. But looking at you now, it seems that you can't even get close to Feng Jiu, let alone find a chance to do it. The black-robed man's voice turned cold as he stared at her coldly. I've already warned you not to waste your time on other things. If you don't do it, you'll be punished when you return. I didn't expect her to come back so suddenly. Her sudden appearance disrupted my plan. Yun Shuexin said coldly. Plan? Huh. The man sneered. Master didn't send you to seduce Xin Yuan Mo's. Hearing the word seduce, Yun Shuexin's face turned from white to red, then from red to green and white. She was the proud daughter of a noble family. How could she be associated with the word seduce? I didn't seduce Senior. She gritted her teeth and said. Chapter 2793. Enough. Yun Shuexin shouted angrily. This shout caused her internal injuries to hurt. At the same time, the people guarding the small courtyard heard the noise and quickly rushed over. Hearing the noise outside, the man shook his head and was very disappointed. You really can't compare to Feng Jiu. As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards outside rushed in. His black robes fluttered and a black aura filled the air. His entire person disappeared from the room. Who goes there? The guard's shouts rang out in the room. However, when they came in, they only saw Yun Shuexin on the bed. They glanced at her, then looked away and vigilantly looked around. Get out! Yun Shuexin endured the pain from her internal injuries and threw the pillow at them. Seeing this, the two guards retreated. When they were outside, one of them lowered his voice and said, You stay here and keep watch. I'll go back and report to Master. Although they did not see anyone, they were certain that there was someone in the room. When the guard returned to the Feng Manor and told Feng Jiu what had happened, Feng Jiu smiled. You two can come back tomorrow. I'll have Leng Hua arrange for 2 servant girls to go over. Yes, sir. The guard replied and retreated. After the guards left, Xin Yuan Mo's asked from inside the room, Are we letting her do as she pleases? Let her do as she pleases. Either way, we're preparing to leave. We'll just let her recover there. As Feng Jiu spoke, he patted his head in annoyance. I shouldn't have only asked those few questions. I made a mistake. As night fell, the two of them prepared to rest. In the next few days, the two of them busied themselves with their own matters. Because of this, they completely forgot about Yun Shuoxin, who was recovering in the courtyard. Yun Shuoxin waited in the courtyard for a few days. Seeing that Feng Jiu did not come again, and even her senior did not appear, she could not help but feel disheartened. As her injuries gradually healed, she could barely get out of bed and walk around. She thought that she should go to the Feng Manor again. However, on this night, 3 people came. Master wants you to go back. It's not suitable for you to get involved in this matter. The cloaked man spoke in a deep voice. His cold eyes stared at Yun Shuoxin, who was leaning against the headboard of the bed. He ignored her pale face and gestured with his hand. The 2 men in black behind him walked forward and helped her up from the bed. I can't leave like this. She tried to say something, but before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. You should know that no one can change Master's decision. If he wants you to go back, then you have to go back. The man said coldly, looking at her with contempt. What's more, I've never thought that a woman can do anything. In this world, there's only one ghost Dr. Feng Jiu. You can't compare to her. Shuoxin, Yun Shuoxin's, Yun Shuoxin, Yun Shuoxin's. How can I not be compared to Feng Jiu? That woman was just a woman who came from an unknown place. How can you be compared to me, Yun Shuoxin? Chapter 2794. The man's cold voice sounded in the room and entered Yun Shuoxin's ears. She pursed her lips and did not speak again, allowing the 2 black-clothed men to help her up. How do you plan to deal with Feng Jiu next? Yun Shuoxin asked. That's not something you should ask. The man coldly glanced at her and reached out to lift her chin. Looking at her pale face, he said, what you should do right now is to nurse your body back to health. Master has another task for you. Yun Shuoxin turned her face slightly and broke free from his touch. She coldly said, my senior apprentice brother is an Empyrean god. His battle prowess is unfathomable. If you want to deal with Feng Jiu, you must first lure him away. Otherwise, no matter how many people you have, if the 2 of them work together, you will not be able to take down Feng Jiu. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? You should take care of yourself first. The man's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed through them. He signaled with his eyes, and the 2 men took her away. After the man swept his gaze over the small courtyard, he also turned and left. The next day, when a servant came in to serve, she discovered that Yun Shuoxin had disappeared. Thus, she hurried back to the Feng Manor to report. What? She disappeared? Feng Jiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the servant who had her head lowered. Yes. This servant went in this morning to help Miss Yun wash up, but I discovered that Miss Yun had disappeared. This servant failed in her duty and did not take good care of Miss Yun. Master, please punish me. The servant's voice trembled and her heart was panicking. She still lowered her head and knelt in front of Feng Jiu. Hearing this, Feng Jiu waved his hand. That's enough. You may rise. As he spoke, he said, come with me to take a look. He left the Feng Manor and went to the small courtyard. When he arrived at the small courtyard, he entered Yun Shuoxin's room to take a look. He saw that there were no signs of a struggle in the room. Everything was neatly arranged. However, the blankets on the bed had been lifted and were not folded properly. Thus, he looked at the servant behind him and asked, has this room been tidied up? Replying to Master, it hasn't. This servant discovered that Miss Yun had disappeared and quickly returned to the manor to report. This place has not been touched. Feng Jiu nodded and waved his hand. I understand. You may return to the Feng Manor. There is no need to keep watch here. After the servant girl acknowledged her words and retreated, she walked forward and stood beside the bed. It was unknown what she was thinking, but after a long time, she walked outside. Xin Yuan Mose was in the middle of instructing his subordinates about the handover when he heard Ing Yi say that Feng Jiu had arrived. Thus, he sent his subordinates back first and went outside himself. Is there something you need from me? He sat down in the courtyard outside and signaled the guard to pour 2 cups of tea. I came to tell you that your junior sister ran away. As Feng Jiu spoke, she sat down at the table and looked at Xin Yuan Mose with both hands supporting her chin with SS. She can leave on her own? I just went to the small courtyard to take a look. She was probably taken away by someone. It should be the person who injured her. Right now, there are no signs of a struggle. So the person who took her away should be someone she knows. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose nodded. It's good that she left. Originally, I wanted her to leave. Now that she is left on her own, at least it won't be so ugly. Chapter 2795. I'll go with you. I'm almost done with the things I have on hand, Xianyuan Mose said as he stood up and looked at her. Seeing this, Fengjiu said, that's fine too. Thus, he asked someone to prepare a carriage, and the two of them sat in the carriage and went to the Heavenly Pill building. When they reached the building, Fengjiu asked Leng Hua and Du Fan to call the Phoenix Guards and the manager of the building to the backyard. Seeing more than 10 people gathered together, Fengjiu stretched out his hand and set up a soundproof barrier in the courtyard. When they saw that their master had set up a soundproof barrier here, everyone was a little surprised. They thought, could it be that something big had happened? I want to tell you that Mose and I plan to go to Penglai Immortal Island's Immortal Ascension Ladder after some time. There's a door of light on the Immortal Ascension Ladder that leads to another world. We're going there to improve our strength, so we're going to bring some people with us. Hearing their master's words, more than 10 people couldn't help but feel nervous. Will their master bring them there? For a moment, their hearts beat fiercely, and they were so nervous that their palms were sweating. We can't bring too many people there, so I only plan to choose 8 people to go with me. Seeing how they were holding their breaths, Fengjiu continued. Actually, you don't have to think that going there is a good thing. The people there are stronger. When you go there, you have to start all over again. You have to be careful in everything. Master, we're not afraid. Master, take me there. Master, I'm not afraid either. Master, please take me there too. Master, they all scrambled to be the first to speak, afraid that they would be left behind. Although it was not bad for them to be here, they wanted to follow their master to gain experience and grow together. However, they also knew that even if they wanted to go, not everyone could go. Since Master said these words, he must already have a candidate in mind. At this moment, they couldn't help but envy the 8 people who were chosen by Master. However, there were so many of them, yet Master only planned to bring 8 people. It could be imagined how many of them would be chosen. Fengjiu looked at them, his clear and unhurried voice sounding out. These 8 people are Luo Yu, Fan Lin, Gu Mo, Wei Feng, Leng Shuang, Leng Hua, Du Fan, and Bai Qingqing. When they heard the first 7 people, they were not surprised. However, when they heard Bai Qingqing's name, they could not help but look at their master in astonishment. One of them asked with hesitation and confusion, Master, the first 7 people have been following you for a long time. We don't have any objections if you bring them along. However, why do you want to bring Bai Qingqing along? Bai Qingqing was the most inconspicuous among them. She was also the most ordinary. Aside from her outstanding appearance, there was nothing else about her that was memorable, especially since she had once had designs on Master. However, why would Master want to bring her along? Today, Bai Qingqing was not here. Instead, she was in the Feng Manor. Everyone was even more confused. Hearing this, Fengjiu only smiled slightly. Although she has been by my side for the shortest time, and her strength is the most inconspicuous among you, she has her own uniqueness. This time, I'm only giving her an opportunity. Chapter 2796. Hearing her words, everyone fell silent. They also knew that it would not be easy for their master to go there. Naturally, it was impossible for her to bring all of them. Even the 8 captains of the Phoenix Guards only brought 4 people. It was obvious that the rest of them did not stand a chance. I will tell Leng Hua and Du Fan about the other matters later. You can all leave. The 8 of you stay. Fengjiu looked at the 8 captains of the Phoenix Guards and said. Seeing this, the 8 of them stayed. After the others left, Fengjiu looked at the 4 people she had left behind and said, Among the 8 of you, I have chosen Luo Yu and the other 3 to come with me. The 4 of you will stay here. The task on your shoulders is not easy. She paused and said, The few of you are more mature and you are familiar with everything about the Phoenix Guards. Therefore, I can't bring all of you with me. If I bring all of you with me, I will not be at ease here. Do you understand? The 8 of them had followed her all the way here. Now, she had only chosen 4 of them to follow her to Penglai Island. She was worried that they would think that she did not choose them because she did not think they were good enough. Therefore, She could only tell them frankly, "Master, we understand. Even if you leave, there must be someone to look after this place. Whether it is the Phoenix Guards or the forces of the Tianyuan Palace, only they know best and know how to operate. Master, don't worry. The four of us will shoulder the original responsibilities of Luo Yu and the other three. We will take care of this place so that Master will not have any worries." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "Very good." She nodded and took out a map that she had drawn for them. She said, "This is the route that I drew to the Penglai Immortal Island, as well as the things that you need to pay attention to along the way. This is the route that I have taken. Pay extra attention to the places that I have marked. There are also some connections that I am familiar with in the Penglai Immortal Island." She looked at them and said, "I don't know when I will be back. Therefore, keep these things. In the future, you can try to climb the stairway of immortality. I have also explained the things to pay attention to on the stairway of immortality. Take it and read it carefully." "Thank you, Master." The four of them replied and took the things. Fengjiu looked at the other four and said, "Luo Yu and the others, quickly finish the tasks with the four of them. After these 2 days, we have to make a trip back." "Yes," the four of them replied. Only then did they bow and leave with the rest of the group. After they left, Xinyuan Mose, who was sitting at the side, "It's enough. It's not appropriate to bring too many people over." She waved her hand to remove the soundproof barrier and walked to the table to sit down. To be honest, whether it's the 8 Phoenix Guard captains or the others, they've all been with me for a long time. It's really something that I've thought about over and over again. Chapter 2797. What about your brother and the others? Aren't you going to bring them along? Xinyuan Mose asked. If she didn't bring them along, with Guan Shilin's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to climb the immortal ascension stairs and enter the profound light sect within 5 years. Fengjiu sighed softly. I've thought about it before, but I think it's better to let him increase his strength first. I hope that he can climb the immortal ascension stairs on his own. If he can climb it with his own strength, I think he'll have a better chance of surviving there. As for M.O. Chun, I think that if he knows about our plans, he'll probably go with us." Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose said without thinking, "He's Tianji Elder's disciple, so it's better for him to stay here. Furthermore, he has an otherworldly aura, so what can he do even if he goes over there? I haven't told him about this yet, so it's up to him whether he goes or not." As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up. "Let's go home. Let's go back and play with Hao." Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose's lips curled up slightly. "Okay." He stood up and held her hand as they walked out. Outside, the carriage was already prepared. Just as Fengjiu was about to get on the carriage, a group of more than 20 people suddenly appeared in the sky. They were flying on swords, holding bows and arrows in their hands, and there was a burning flame at the tip of the arrows. As these people approached Fengjiu and the Heavenly Pill building, their spiritual energy surged. At the same time, one group of the 20 people went in the other direction, while the other group went in the other direction. When they released the arrows in their hands, several arrows flew out with a whoosh. Just as they were about to shoot into the Heavenly Pill building, a protective shield formed by spiritual energy instantly appeared in the Heavenly Pill building. The flaming arrows were bounced away by the protective shield formed by spiritual energy, blocking them outside the building. At the same time, the cultivators in the building rushed out, surrounding the Heavenly Pill building to protect them. Fengjiu finally felt at ease when she witnessed this scene. She gazed at the group that had arrived on their swords, and she noticed that a group of people had split off from the group and headed toward another direction. She couldn't help but feel slightly worried when she saw this. Those people seemed to be heading towards the manor. Howard is still at home. I have to go back and take a look. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose looked at those people and said to her, "I'll go back with you. But this place..." She looked at the Heavenly Pill building with some hesitation. "Don't worry, they can protect him," Xinyuan Mose said in a deep voice. "If you can't protect them, how can you be at ease and let them protect the Heavenly Dan building? Let them try." Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded. He turned around and instructed Leng Hua and the others, "Eliminate the enemy. Protect the Heavenly Dan building well." "Yes," everyone responded. She and the Yama Lord stood up together and quickly headed in the direction of the Feng Manor. After seeing them leave, the hidden guards in the Heavenly Dan building and the powerhouses in the building turned from defense to offense. They surrounded the dozen or so people in the air and launched a series of attacks. In a corner of the street, Hui Lang, who heard that something had happened in the Heavenly Dan building, was squatting at the corner of the street. When he heard the people on the street rushing to inform him, he immediately leaped up and had the hidden guards release his sealed spiritual energy. He then quickly rushed to the Heavenly Dan building. The two of them arrived at the Heavenly Dan building together. After seeing the situation, they quickly joined the battle. Chapter 2798. Compared to the black-clothed people on the Heavenly Pill building's side, aside from the black-clothed people on their swords, there was another group waiting here. The two groups of black-clothed people added up to around 30 people, and they were currently attacking the people inside the Feng Manor. Among them, there were several people at the peak of the Celestial Sage Realm, and there were even two at the Celestial Venerable Realm. The hidden guards and guards in the manor were not their opponents, and could only defend to the death. A few of them were protecting Lang Shuang, who was carrying a child. Their bodies were covered in blood, but they did not retreat a single step. Bai Qingsheng was also among them. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and it was very eye-catching. Her face was covered in frost, and the spiritual energy on her body surged. With a wave of her sleeve, several contracted beasts rushed out, heading downwards. Roar! Roar! Master! It's Master! When the people guarding saw her return, it was as if their pillar of support had returned. They could not help but relax, and their fighting spirit became even stronger as they shouted, "Kill!" The sound of swords clashing could be heard clearly. Even if they knew that their strength was not their opponents, they still fought with all their strength. At this time, Xinyuan Mose had already killed a few celestial sage cultivators. The strength of celestial gods was very strong. They could have used their pressure to make the people below fall to the ground, but that would also hurt their people. Thus, Xinyuan Mose could only kill them one by one. The hidden guards of the Feng Manor were not the opponents of the celestial venerables, and those people were naturally not the opponents of Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose. Moreover, with the help of a few divine beasts below, the situation gradually reversed. However, one of the celestial venerable cultivators who was fighting with Fengjiu stared at Fengjiu and shouted, "Fengjiu, obediently hand over the ancient green lotus. Otherwise, more people will die because of you. Is that so? Then before that, I will first kill all of you." She used her hand as a sword and her chi as a blade. Her spiritual energy turned into a sharp blade between her fingers. Streams of chi attacked the cultivator at an extremely fast speed, causing wounds to appear on the body of the celestial venerable cultivator. The celestial venerable retreated step by step while trying to avoid her attack. However, because his dodging speed was not fast enough, he fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Seeing Fengjiu chasing after him, he tried to escape. "You can't escape." Fengjiu's eyes narrowed, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The celestial venerable cultivator who was trying to escape on the ground. To the celestial venerable cultivator who was trying to escape on the ground and leaped to the sky. "Try to run." She was in the air. She reached celestial venerable cultivator. And reached celestial venerable cultivator. She reached out her hand, reached, and reached. She reached and reached cultivator's venerable cultivator, and reached, she reached, and reached. She cultivators her, she reached him, and she cultivator. She cultivator, and cultivator she was, of course. Cultivator, sealing, and cultivator venerable, sealing she realm, as cultivators. Be she reach she. Fengjiu. The sound of bones breaking was drowned out by the powerful pressure. The cultivator in her hand lost his life force, but just as she was about to loosen her grip, a black aura wrapped around her wrist and pulled her up abruptly. Ajiu. Xinyuan Mose saw that the situation was not right and was shocked. He quickly gathered his chi from Lang Shuang, who was holding the child, and quickly rushed to Fengjiu's location. Chapter 2799. When Yama Lord became angry, it was truly like hell on earth. Even the cultivators who had crawled out of piles of corpses could not help but shiver at the scene before them. Not far away, the white-clothed Mo Chun stood under a tree. His gaze returned from the sky and landed on the bloody street. His gaze only flashed for a moment. He never thought that Fengjiu would be taken to some unknown place after returning. The transportation formation that appeared in the sky could not be opened by a normal person. Also, the black aura that bound Fengjiu. It seemed that he had been taken away by the person with the black lotus of annihilation. At this moment, he could not help but be a bit worried. Would she be able to escape from the clutches of those people? After the black-clothed people were killed and Fengjiu was sucked away by the black hole, the people of the Feng Manor stopped outside for a moment and had some people clean up the corpses outside. They also had some injured people enter the manor to have their wounds bandaged. Xianyuan Mose walked into the Feng Manor with a cold expression on his face. Behind him, the silver wolf whimpered and looked at the sky, feeling wronged. In the end, it turned around and walked into the manor. If its master had contracted it, it would have been able to enter the contracted beast space. Now, Tun Yun and Old White had entered the space and were at its master's side. Only it remained here. Inside the Feng Manor, Xuanyuan Mose sat in the main hall. Because Fengjiu had been sucked away by the transportation formation, his mood was gloomy. This caused everyone in the manor to feel oppressed. The atmosphere in the manor was so heavy that it made it hard for people to breathe. Yama Lord, young Master Mo Chun has come, the guard outside said, and a white figure slowly walked in from outside. At this moment, Xianyuan Mose was still blaming himself. That feeling of helplessness was so uncomfortable, especially when he could only watch helplessly as Fengjiu was sucked into the transportation array and disappeared before his eyes. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if something happened to her, that a transportation black hole that appeared out of nowhere, and there was also the black lotus of annihilation. Even if you had pulled her back at the time, you would have definitely been sucked in. He looked at Xianyuan Mose's slightly red eyes and said, "That suction force isn't here. It's on the other side of the black hole. That's why it can't be stopped." Xianyuan Mose nodded and said, "That suction force isn't here. It's on the other side of the black hole. Just because she is the star of the Phoenix, she has experienced so much more hardship than others." Xianyuan Mose's voice was low and hoarse. Mo Chun slowly walked into the hall and sat down. She said warmly, "In this world, who hasn't experienced hardship? Some people are constantly facing small difficulties, but they are not fatal. Others, on the other hand, are facing a great disaster and have no way to survive. Although Fengjiu has experienced a lot of hardships, every time she went through a trial, even if it was a narrow escape from death, she would still improve. She was originally extraordinary. The path she walked would naturally be different from others." His voice was gentle, as if he was not worried or nervous. He looked at Xianyuan Mose and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" When he had arrived, he had heard what she had said to Xianyuan Mose. However, he did not know what she meant. Chapter 2800. Hearing this, Mo Chun looked at him and said, "She asked you to carry on with your business. I'm going to find her and bring her back." Xianyuan Mose said, a dim light flashing through his eyes. He knew that she wanted him to carry out their previous agreement, but he was not at ease, especially since it was overseas. He was even more worried about leaving her alone in such a strange place. Hearing this, Mo Chun paused for a moment and asked, "When are you leaving?" "I'll go with you." Xianyuan Mose glanced at him and said calmly, "No need." Mo Chun smiled warmly and said, "If you want to go, I think it's necessary, unless you don't want to go." "Master, master." Hui Lang's voice came from outside. Not long after, Hui Lang, who was dressed as a beggar, ran in and said, "Master, I heard that the ghost doctor—" young Master Mo Chun, you're here too?" Seeing Mo Chun, Hui Lang was stunned. "Hui Lang, what mistake did you make this time? Why are you dressed as a beggar?" Mo Chun looked at him and smiled. I'm training outside." Hui Lang scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Seeing his master's tense face, he quickly straightened his back and said, "Master, there are no casualties in the Heavenly Pill building. Lung Hua and Du Fan have returned and went to check on the casualties in the manor. You may leave," Xinyuan Mose said and waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. "Yes," Grey Wolf responded and planned to go down and change his clothes before coming back. He bowed and retreated. Xinyuan Mose was silent for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Fengjiu has fallen into the hands of those people. What's the worst that could happen?" His body tensed up. Even though he didn't want to think about the worst, he couldn't help but hear a glimmer of hope from Mo Chen's words. After Mo Chen heard this, he did not say anything for a while. After a while, he said, "Actually, I don't agree with you going to find her. You should know that Fengjiu has an Aurora teleportation scroll. She can escape from those people as long as she finds an opportunity. If we go, it will be unnecessary." He looked deeply at Xinyuan Mose, who was frowning, and said, "Moreover, you should believe in her. With her ability and wisdom, I feel that even if she is in danger, she will definitely be able to turn the situation around." Hearing his words, Xinyuan Mose took a deep breath and leaned back in his seat. He gradually calmed down and knew that Fengjiu meant the same thing. However, he was still a little worried about letting her face such a situation alone. The servant girl came in and served them tea. Then, she lowered her head and quietly left. "You guys are going to Penglai Immortal Island to climb the immortal stairs. I have to find time to go back and tell my master," Mo Chan said as she took a sip of tea. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose's eyelids twitched. He glanced at him and said, "I didn't ask you to go with us." "Yes, you didn't ask me to go with you, but I have to go," Mo Chun said unhurriedly. He used the lid to gently scrape the tea leaves on the teacup and said, "My master has long ordered me to follow Fengjiu. However, I am ashamed to say that I have not been able to complete this task well. I have let my master down." Chapter 28:01. Mo Chan smiled and took a sip of tea before saying, "It's all right. You do what you need to do. I still have to go to Lung Shuang's place to see the child." Seeing this, Xinyuan Mose also stood up and walked out without saying anything else. Mo Chun sat in the hall for a while and drank a cup of tea. Only then did she walk out, intending to see that child. At this time, they did not know that after Fengjiu was sucked into the teleportation formation, a flame ignited on her hand and forced the dark qi that was coiling around her hand to retreat. However, at this time, her body had already fallen out of the black hole. Just as she was about to fall into the formation that was surging with powerful spiritual energy, she looked down and saw many powerful cultivators wearing black cloaks waiting for her below. Among them, there was also a person wearing a black lotus mask who was sitting on a chair. The moment she fell, the black-clothed man who was sucked into the black hole with her reached out to grab her and pull her down. Seeing this, she moved her palm, and the Qing Feng sword instantly appeared in her hand. "Sword shadow green light," she shouted, and the Qing Feng sword in her hand shot out a green and dazzling light. She attacked the black-clothed man with a murderous aura. It was so fast that it could be said to be the speed of light. The black-clothed man, who was quite powerful, could not dodge in time and was hit by the sword. Whoosh! Hiss! The sharp and terrifying sword qi broke through the shield that the black-clothed man had quickly condensed to block the attack. With a loud bang, the mask on the black-clothed man's face was split open by the Qing Feng sword, revealing his true face under the mask. It was the face of a man in his 30s. There was a sinister look on his face. His slender eyes were wide open in shock, as if he could not believe the scene in front of him. When he was hit, he froze. He could not dodge or escape. Even though he was an immortal venerable, he could not withstand the attack of a heavenly god expert and the ancient divine weapon in his hand. A trace of blood seeped out from his forehead and slowly slid down. Subsequently, his entire body split into two and fell to the ground with a bang, and it shocked all the black-clothed men who were about to capture Fengjiu. "Master of the Black Lotus, this is a greeting gift for me, Fengjiu. We'll meet again." While the crowd below was still in shock, they suddenly heard Fengjiu's cold and arrogant voice. Just as they were wondering what she meant by this, they saw her swinging the green edge longsword in her hand around as she descended. Streaks of sword energy shot out, forming a sword shield. Immediately after, a wave of flames shot out with a whoosh. For a moment, no one could see her figure. It was also at this moment that the crowd below clearly sensed the faint aura of a formation within the barrier formed by the flames and sword chi. However, the aura of the formation only flashed for a moment. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be impossible to detect it. However, the black-clothed cultivators soon realized that something was wrong because they could not see Fengjiu's figure. The ball of flame and sword energy seemed to have stopped in midair and gradually dissipated. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Chapter 28:02. However, before he could reach the sky, he saw the flames and sword shield gradually disappear in the air. However, Fengjiu, who was so big, disappeared as well. The black-robed cultivator widened his eyes in shock. He went forward to check, but there was nothing. He couldn't help but turn back to look at his master. The black-robed man with the black lotus mask who was sitting there narrowed his eyes dangerously when he saw this scene. He stood up in disbelief and clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. How could he let her escape after coming here? Pass down the order. Search for her, he said in a gloomy voice that was filled with anger. The aura around him became extremely terrifying, causing the surrounding black-robed cultivators to move. They spread the order and searched everywhere for Fengjiu's figure. Master, this Fengjiu is said to have many treasures on her. I'm afraid she used some kind of teleportation formation to escape. A black-robed man said as he looked at his master, who was emitting a cold aura. Fengjiu's strength and methods were far beyond their expectations to be able to escape from so many of them and even kill that immortal venerable expert. They had never seen her before. They had only heard that Fengjiu's reputation was extremely resounding. They didn't believe it at first, but seeing it with their own eyes today was indeed better than hearing it 100 times. That strike of the sword was not only a visual impact, it was even more shocking to their hearts. It caused a wave of shock to arise in their hearts, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. It was likely that for a very long time in the future, as long as they faced the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, the scene from before would be recalled by them once again. I don't believe that she can escape from me now that she's here, the black-robed man with the black lotus mask said in a gloomy voice. This time, I must get the ancient green lotus in her body. Yes, I'll immediately lead people to search the surroundings. The black-robed cultivator said, bowed, and quickly retreated. The black-robed cultivators who were originally surrounding the area were divided into 12 groups and searched in all directions. Not long after, only the black-robed man with the black lotus mask and 3 other black-robed cultivators were left standing in the originally crowded area. Bury him. His gaze fell on the black-robed cultivator who had been cleaved in half. Yes, one of them replied and called 2 other black-robed cultivators forward to deal with the black-robed cultivator's corpse. The black-robed man with the black lotus mask stood there for a while, staring at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. After a pause, he turned and left. At this moment, Fengjiu was hiding in the space. She used the formation, flames, and sword shield to conceal herself so that she could escape and hide in the space without being discovered. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for her to escape if she fell into the space below. Moreover, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Even if she had the strength of a heavenly god, the black-robed cultivators below were not weak either. Even if they weren't as strong as her, they would undoubtedly be defeated after a long battle. Chapter 28:03. Thus, while the people outside were looking for her, she stayed in the space and cultivated. A few days later, she sent out a strand of divine sense and found that there was no one in the area. There were only 1 or 2 groups of black-robed people patrolling the area. She stood up and took off her red robes and tied up her feminine features. She changed into the same black robes as the people outside and hung a waist token on her body. She took out a mask and put it on. Then, she concealed her aura and flashed out of the space. She appeared in the place where the matrix was located. Then, her figure flashed, and she quickly jumped onto a big tree. She carefully observed the surrounding movements. Not long after, a group of black-robed people walked over and walked under the tree. After another instant's time, another group of black-robed people came and walked under the tree. After looking for a while, she thought to herself, this place seemed to be in the middle of a mountain forest, and the surrounding trees were lush. Other than this person, there didn't seem to be anyone else around. Based on the topography of this place, it should be one of their bases. She could try to investigate from here. After making up her mind, she jumped down from the tree and flashed to another place. She saw a black-robed person jogging into the forest to relieve himself. Thus, she quietly followed from behind. Is there still no news of the ghost, Dr. Fengjiu? Such a big person. Even if she used the transportation array, she shouldn't be able to escape far. Send more people to search for her. You must find her. Yes, the black-robed cultivator replied and led his men to search in all directions. Just as Fengjiu was about to head to the other side, the black-robed cultivator's gaze fell on her. You over there, come here. The black-robed cultivator shouted and waved at Fengjiu. Before Fengjiu came close, he asked, What are you doing over there alone? Fengjiu quickly walked over and lowered her head respectfully. I just went to relieve myself. Her voice was suppressed, as if she was a different person. No one who heard her voice would think that she was a woman. The black-robed cultivator stared at the black-robed cultivator and said, Your waist token. Hearing this, Fengjiu immediately took off the token on his waist and handed it over. Just now, he had killed a cultivator and even exchanged for his waist token. The black-robed cultivator glanced at the waist tag and threw it back to him. Go back to your team. Yes, Fengjiu replied, and quickly walked towards the group of black-clothed men. The black-robed cultivator shifted his gaze and shouted at the other teams. Hurry up! Expand the search area. The one over there, what are you waiting for? Fengjiu followed the team and left. This team was in charge of guarding. When it was time, they would change shifts. She was sent to a place to guard. She looked at the place and saw that it seemed to be a cave. It should be the place where the Black Lotus Lord lived. The figure stood straight outside, just like the other black-robed cultivators. As time passed, the man wearing the Black Lotus mask walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the black-clothed cultivator walking outside, he asked in a deep voice, How is it?